What's up, guys? D22 So-So Wayne Chiang, and I'm here with Adam Johnson, aka Comedic Gamble.
Howdy.
And we got some pot Limit Omaha, another one of Jamie's invites. Lovely Jamie.
Should be a lot of fun. Always nice to get the great game of pot Limit Omaha on the streams, and Bally's been great about being a good steward for the pot Limit Omaha community. So I appreciate that Bally's prioritizing the pot Limit Omaha games. So it's definitely the game of the future, the game of the now, however you want to say it. It's
Tell us when it's over.
the game is alive and well.
There's Hayden. She came in and loves the PLO and
they only had like 4 hours.
messaged me on the platforms that I checked the least. So I was like, yeah, go to the platforms that check more. But no, she's in the mix. There's Tony. Super pro, right? Super pro?
Yeah, I've seen Tony Danza around here for many years. So,
man, I saw him on stream, you know, just make some moves here and there against Justin and a couple others. And there's the lovely Julia McBride.
yep.
Lawyer.
Your own hair dye color. Here's the question. Do you have a set hair dye color? You go.
There's a ton.
Always has some nice outfits, does Julia. She's always rocking out the nice gear.
There's Jamie Bella. She's been around a super long time. Also does the No Limit Hold'em.
The Jamie color.
But really, really loves the pot Limit Omaha.
No, I have a lot. This is like the only. Yeah, this is the only year in my adult life I haven't had colored hair. I think I first dyed it on.
Seth went in for 5K. I don't know what that cartoon hat is about, but that's a little out of my jurisdiction. Maybe you can clue me in on that one.
I'm out of it, man. Like,
just stopped when.
I asked my friends what his kids like, and I'm just like, I've never heard of these things.
Like, I need to stop.
Revivo, what up?
I really like silver. That was my favorite.
Like all silver? Or
Looks like we're getting buy-ins ranging from 2K to 5K so far, which is pretty normal for a 10-20 pot Limit Omaha game.
my hands are itching.
There's Carly. She's new.
I had to go.
One of her buddies hit me up, and I was like, hey, you want to play some pot Limit Omaha? And she's like, all right.
Yeah.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
I think I want to be blonde again, but it's the upkeep. I hate upkeep. I'm super late. I just want to just
I'm down.
nothing. I actually don't even.
We got Connie in here buying in for 1,000. We've seen her in this game as well. Welcome, Connie. Looking forward to seeing your action tonight. She's been a regular in Jamie's game, so.
Beat that.
Be my king of hearts. Let's go.
Buying in for the men, it looks like a 1K, which has its advantages in pot Limit Omaha as well. So there's definitely no shame in buying in for 1,000. That often can work to your advantage in many ways. So a lot of ways to skin a cat, so to speak, and that's definitely merits to buying in deep, merits to buying in shallow. Just kind of depends on how you want to play it. So definitely makes playing double board bomb pots a lot less complicated the shorter you are. I can say that. So
Too much strat talk.
yeah.
English only at the table.
As the game goes on. Okay.
It's just 10. I'm ready. Yeah.
Yes, sir, guys. Good luck.
Oh, these $10 chips.
Yeah.
There we go.
I know.
Thank
I'm
you.
used to 5.
How long are you in town for, Carly?
Until the end of the month. Yeah. And then we go to, we're going to sail in British Virgin Islands, and then St. Martin. And
Beautiful. That's it. We started.
Sounds like Carly's living all right.
Let's get it on. Oh, like.
Yeah.
get it on?
I don't know. There's like
That's what they
a little
say
bit of
in
a climax, a little bit of excitement.
post-production. They put that in.
Oh, it's post-production?
Oh, the warm-up.
Yeah, something,
pump up songs.
Get you excited.
It's like shuffle up and tea.
Of course, those yellow chips are the Annie and Blind chips. Those are $10. The white chips are 100, and then you might see some greenish teal chips, and those are the 1Ks.
No, she messed up.
It's okay. I messed up. I'm thinking they're 5s.
Yeah, exactly. I figured. I can read your mind, too.
Damn.
Looks like Connie's min raising from under the gun here at 10-9-9-8, single high suited. Pretty nice hand. Has some good playability to it.
Instead of counting in my head.
Well, just remember these are 10 and not 5.
Yeah.
That could be a straddle, perhaps, since it's a min raise. I'm unsure if she min opened or straddled, but if she has shorter stack, maybe she came in for 40. Anyhow, we got about 6 people to the flop here. Looks like King, Queen, Deuce, a rainbow flop, and look at Seth flopping top set of kings here.
And then Hold'em, if you have top set, you're like, oh yeah.
Pretty nice.
Can't lose this. But
Pretty surprised on the button with a min raise and a bunch of callers that he just flatted with the ace king here, but works out to his favor now as he flops the nuts.
Sure. The danger hand as Adam knows is ace jack 10,
Oh, nice.
maybe ace jack 10 9
I'm growing
with 2 backdoor flush draws.
No.
That's a pretty spicy hand. Yeah, that's definitely, when you got top set, you're definitely
Yeah.
going to be worried about the straight draws wrapped around that king-queen.
Because they're so thin from all the gel.
In a perfect world, I'd like to see Seth 3-bet that for sure. Obviously, kings is a hand you got to be a little careful with getting nuts with pre-flop, but having the ace to pair with it is makes it considerably stronger than a king 6-5, for example.
And the ace X suited.
100%. That's a pretty big hand, especially on the button, a min raise, a bunch of calls. That just needs to be a mandatory 3-bet there.
I definitely, like, a lot of people report their hair growing longer and nails feeling stronger, but I think it varies a lot for people.
This paper is stronger than you think.
Is everybody okay with the stand-up game?
Whoa, stand up already.
Are we able to have something to play with instead of...
Yeah, they had something here last time.
Do you play the trips game in the games you play?
No, there's usually not too many shenanigans in the games that I play, to be honest, which is mostly a 10, 20, 40. Often it's an 80, so it's like 4 blind game.
Napkins?
But yeah, there's not really anything exotic
What did we do last time?
thrown in there to the most part. It's just standard issue 4-card. Big PLO game for the most part with double board bomb pots, a couple times an hour, I guess, but nothing too exotic. Seems like the props and stuff kind of end up happening more in the no limit games I've noticed in the PLO games, but I'm open to people kind of trying to make it a little more interesting even in the Omaha.
Well, when a game gets stale, that's when the props come in.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of curious to see how the stand-up would play out differently than it does on no limit.
May I have...
Obviously, in no limit, it's a lot easier to kind of will your way to win hands. In Limit Omaha, a lot of people are seeing the flop. A lot of hands are, getting to showdown. It's, not easy just to kind of bulldoze the table and win 8 hands in a row in PLO like you can in no limit. So
Sure.
Yeah.
We're missing fan favorite Steph Chung. She had to cancel. Too much work going on.
Says Connie. Did you hear that? Is she always late?
And Colleen couldn't make it too.
yeah, I was looking forward to seeing them as well. And of course, everybody I'm sure misses Karen. Where's Poker Karen?
She was like one of the first.
Actually saw her a few days ago. Actually, she had a family obligation today. Otherwise, she would be here. So we know Karen loves that action. So she has an excused absence for today, does Karen. So we'll let her off the hook on this one. You will be missed, Karen. We'll let you off the hook.
One time.
Tony opening the 8-8, 7-6 tri-suited under the gun. In a tougher lineup, this would be a pretty ambitious gambit. But, in certain games, you're wanting to open up a little bit. And
Tony wants to stay in.
I do not blame him for opening this hand in this context, I will say. So.
Oh, Shimmy's in the chat. What's up, Shimmy?
Dealer's always
We'll see him in the no limit.
All right, Seth 3-betting with the aces. I like to see it.
Horrible dealer.
You'd be using your fingers.
Oh yeah, I know. I'd be like,
C2's Tony. It's
Fingers, yeah. Maybe.
Kitty's baby's name.
They really want to see this piece of cheese right now?
Jamie with the 4-spade, king, queen, jack, 7, 3 ways to the flop, almost 1,000 in the middle. 3 deuce, deuce, couple clubs, nobody connecting too meaningfully, but Seth does pick up some additional equity with his aces. He's got the queen high flush draw to go with it.
Even better than that.
That should have been all you, Jamie. I know.
Do you check in these spots?
You played too good.
I mean, you definitely could. I mean, that's a pretty good flop to check back. I mean, over pair of aces with the clubs. Even the straight blocker to the 4 or 5 with the 6 in your hand. So, yeah, I mean, if there was ever a spot to do that, that would definitely be one to do a good check back there for sure.
All right, get free lessons.
Today I'm going to play tighter. Don't play.
Speaking of free lessons, a player on the stream, Dr. H, I ran into him about a week ago, and I gave him
autograph, selfie?
Yeah, well, he's been interested in PLO, so I brought him a couple PLO books. And we're playing 10, 20, 40 PLO, and he's playing this high-stakes PLO game while reading the PLO book at the table. It was so great. I love Dr. H.
What are the better books now?
Man, there's so many books. I'm actually about to buy a book that's like super OG dated from a guy named Tom Chambers. His name used to be Learn from TV. But yeah, this is like back in the 10 or 15 years ago. But a lot of the super higher end players really vouch for the book. I think back then it might have been 5 or 10K. But I think obviously the prices have come down now. But I saw that he has got one on PLO tournaments that I'm about to buy. But shout out to Tom Chambers. If you know, you know on that one.
What was the...
But the book I gave Dr. H was a PLO Quick Pro. So that's a guy named John Beauprez.
All these super cool kids.
Yeah, there's a
What was
lot
the
of...
old school one? Something Huang?
Yeah. Jeff Wang?
Jeff Wang,
Yeah, that's like a Barnes & Noble kind of PLO book. But yeah, which is good for a lot. I mean, there's definitely stuff to learn from that live-wise.
Dry on the wall.
The books I'm referring are maybe a little more online kind
I don't know
of...
what I'm doing. I'm just clicking buttons.
Yeah, and everything looks so good because you
Everything
have
looks so
so
good.
many cards.
Yeah.
Heads up here between Seth and Connie. Connie with the overpair. Some nice backdoors as well, backdoor hearts, and what I would call an optimistic open-ended here at the King, Queen, Jacks, and catch a couple cards to make open-ender, tons of cards to make additional straights on the turn with the King, Queen, Jack on the flop, backdoor hearts as well. Nice hand. Obviously, Connie's super short as well, so I love that she's just not being fearful here and just potting it in with an overpair, a lot of useful side cards, trying to deny Seth some equity with the club draw.
And we're only allowed to run it once here, is that correct?
Only one.
Got it.
Shout out to that training course site. What is it called? Run it once?
Yeah, right.
Oh, there's a club.
Oh, nasty.
Check mark.
Yeah. Well, Connie, you did the right thing. You got your money in as a favorite.
Flush.
Goody gumdrops on this one, though.
That's it.
Nice, Dan.
Thank you.
What's up, Sando Poker?
I thought Connie had the bigger flush.
That's a bit of an optimistic call off there by Seth. Kind of weak clubs and pocket pair under the jack.
One over card.
Yep.
So, you know, it's a little speculative, but, you know, we're here to give action and get action, so he definitely did that in that hand. Tough luck there for Connie. Shout out to Sandor Poker in the chat. Nobody loves poker more than Sandor. I think I've seen that guy everywhere. Guys all over the place.
Is he in the club?
Great poker player, great poker enthusiast. The guy loves the game. Is he a what?
Is he in the club?
I think he is in the club.
Trying to
He's
get
everywhere.
The Gen Z talk and the millennial talk and
Should be live.
I think Wayne's about to say all cap or no cap in
No
about
cap,
a
yeah.
minute.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
so
cap.
stay tuned here for that.
me and Jay Flats are in the lab. Right now we're kind of mid,
Very mid. Very, very mid.
but one day we'll be fire.
Oh, boy.
Straddle.
Oh, boy. You've jumped the shark here early on this Bally live poker stream at the Commerce. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. Thanks for tuning in.
170.
A rare treat. Pot Limit Omaha. Streamed action here. It's going to be a lot of fun. Look at Julia waking up with the aces. Ace, 9, 8.
I already have $40.
Raising it up. I love that she's not afraid of this because it's, you know, it's not suited or anything. It's just a kind of rainbow hand, but 9-8's got some good connectivity to it, and you're pushing equity with aces pre-flop, so you should definitely look for reasons to raise the hand, even if it's not the most juicy aces, so to speak. So
People wonder why rainbow is not so sexy is because you can't flop a flush draw and you can't turn 2 flush draws.
it's just hard to, you know, you want to have additional equity with your hands in PLO. You want to have board coverage. And with this, she has a useful ace of diamonds, which is useful in the sense that, you know, you're blocking the continuing range from your opponents. Nobody's going to be able to have an ace-high flush draw. So even though she doesn't have an ace-high flush draw, having the nut blocker is very useful.
Yeah, there's another 100.
And Jamie raising it here with the straight draw here, the 6-6-4 deuce. Yeah.
Backdoor
1,400.
part.
I love this play by Jamie. She's got a lot of equity with her hand, but it's not a hand that
All in.
is always going to win at showdown. So I definitely like what she's applying some pressure here with it.
Julia just like
Okay, good.
Going for it.
I got aces.
Okay.
And Julia's a favorite here.
Give her her wheel, and then pair the board.
All right, that run out was kind of
Overpair versus the Raptor, and she pinches it off there.
Right away.
Yep, right away.
You already.
Yep, straight already. Straight. Yeah. Straight.
And the backdoor hearts. Insurance.
Yeah.
Okay.
You had a straight flush redraw. Pretty nice.
Here. I'm gonna-
Answered it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we talked about this, but like, what do you think of the solver streets for PLO?
I think it's definitely useful to familiarize yourself with the solvers. It definitely can give you a lot of kind of good overall insights on what kind of hands you need to be playing in certain situations. But obviously, like anything, it's when you're playing live, the players you're playing against are not, monker. So
Yes.
there's some exploits that you can have that, a solver might not advocate for, but, in real time, you might need to kind of divert away from that. But obviously, it's definitely something you want to learn and study for sure.
So that's why you straddled. You had a feeling.
So solvers don't like cards under a 6.
I already had 40 in, guys.
How do you think about the practical applications of that in
That's what
live
you're dealing with
PLO?
today.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the tougher the competition you're playing against, the more you probably should have closer to a solver strategy. And, when you're playing, some random people that are plumbers or electricians, people that are just random people that are just playing to have fun and
You
have
don't
a pretty,
play those low cards.
yeah, you kind of just want to get in there versus people that, you have a pretty big edge against. So I think, when you're playing in tough environments, you definitely want to have a more fundamentally sound kind of solver approved strategy, so to speak. And when you're playing against, Rex, you want to kind of get in there and, kind of gamble it up. So I think it's kind of a hybrid but a lot of it's just player specific. But
Oh, then she ran away. Gotcha.
She's getting more.
Hot.
She's 30. 30.
Julia waking up with the aces again, this time suited here. Ace, ace, jack, 7, a couple diamonds. She's going to 3-bet to 230.
Shit, I forgot that already.
Nine, 9, 8, a couple clubs, 3 ways to the flop here. Julia 3-betted with the aces. Julia playing it as a check call here versus Seth with the ace, jack, jack, offsuit deuce on the turn, 1,300 in the middle. Julia with the 2K stack. It's going to be interesting to see what Seth does here when check 2. I'm not sure if he bet the flop for value or a bluff or just kind of just cuz, but he's going to check back the turn. King on the end. I love this bet here by Julia. Seth's never going to bet the flop with a 9 and then check back a 9. So, I mean, I think it's definitely a good value bet here by Julia. Maybe, Seth can call some kind of king-high flush draw that hit a king.
It's good. Yeah.
But basically, when he bets that flop and checks back the turn, he pretty much never has a strong hand. So
No.
I think that's a mandatory value bet there by
If he has kings over,
Julia.
that's what I thought.
Excuse me.
Played with Julia a few days ago. She jumped in the 10, 20, 40 Limit Omaha game I was in. It's always a pleasure to play with Julia. And it's always a treat to get to commentate in her game. She's a lot of fun at the table.
When do you guys want to start this?
So she's a lawyer
Whatever.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
because,
Do we have anything for the stand-up game or no?
well, I don't want to overstep, but like I think due to the bar, like she can't like lie. So when you're at the table, that's a good time to get like 15 minutes of like legal advice.
Oh, interesting, yeah.
Because like, I had to deal with stuff with my games, so I'm just like asking lawyers all the time
Okay.
when I'm at the table.
This hand?
Because you get a free like 10, 15 minute consultation with lawyers, and then they cut you off. You gotta like bait you know what I'm saying? But then when you're at the table, you're like, hey,
So those little.
Let's start here.
Are we gonna get
Putting you on the spot.
And we get a button.
Let me know when you start.
Yes. Okay. So
free legal advice.
So if you need some legal advice, maybe come up here, get a seat in the game, and maybe you can siphon
so many
off
different
some legal
lawyers,
advice.
No, but they're obligated, so to not or they're obligated to tell the truth. So
On the hand of the night.
No. Well, just during
the round.
During this
when it comes to like the actual law.
Basically, it's a race to win a hand.
It's a race to
And the person who loses, the person who...
Multi-way limped pot here, 10-8-3, couple clubs.
When is the time up?
There's no time up. It's
just to whoever's
You just get a button.
However long it takes for each person to win a hand.
It's however long it takes for everyone except one person to win a hand.
That's it.
But you have to show your hand.
What is that?
Yeah.
To get the button.
I'm still lost because you win a hand every. Someone's gonna win a hand every round.
Right. So when they win a hand, they're going to get a little button that shows that they won a hand.
Right.
The
And then
We're going to keep playing until one person hasn't won a hand. Oh, you don't want to be the last person to win a hand.
Okay, 1 second. 100.
Looks like they're explaining the stand-up game rules. Basically, everybody decides what the ante is or bounty is.
Tilting part. And when you forget,
For the stand-up, and the last person to not win a hand owes everybody
so much relief.
$50 a piece or whatever they decide the number is.
That's my favorite.
I know, you seem to enjoy that kind of thing. I've noticed.
Sorry, I apologize in advance.
What do they call that? Schadenfreude?
Trips to a straight.
Yeah, I'm butchering the pronunciation.
Jamie with a little blocker bet.
Huge turn for both players, but comes in for Revivo there on the end with the jack.
It's a min raise.
I'll pay you off. Show your boat.
7-8.
I have an 8 also.
Kingfisher?
Have a straight.
And I get my little button.
I think we're going to start next
We're
hand.
starting next hand.
Tough hand there for Jamie. She had trips, better
But I
kicker,
think,
and a flush draw.
Revivo
And
doesn't see it. He's
Let's say she would have gotten a button.
Right, so she would, if we were starting this hand, she'd
Okay.
get one of those little buttons. Now,
And-
she's safe for the rest of this.
so he didn't see he had a straight.
Okay.
Oh, so last person.
This goes into another topic.
this
you
is
know?
so on cue. I was getting ready to say that. I'm assuming he didn't.
Gotcha.
He didn't see
That's
it.
the part I missed.
Right. But the
Yeah.
important thing is if you do want to get your button after you've won a hand, you do have to show that hand. You have to.
Because nobody will remind you. And if you muck your cards after you win,
Yeah.
then everybody laughs at you because you don't get a button.
Yeah. And you got to win another hand. That's something.
Start on that.
Yeah, let's
Yes.
do it.
Yes,
Does everybody
starting
feel
now.
okay?
Just wait till Hayden gets back.
Let's, we'll wait for Hayden.
There's Peter.
She gets back.
I'm gonna order food from him later.
The way that it changes the dynamic of the game is that a lot of people will start to.
Okay. Well, Adam and I have a topic to follow that up
Well,
with.
you know, it's like-
And this is a stream
It induces
Because
action.
God forbid if.
program, so there's a 15-minute
A
delay.
little bit of 50 to everybody.
To each, yeah.
And
So it's like when
I
you
side with
win,
Sean McCormick on this issue. So the issue is Maurice Hawkins won
400 or 3.
World Series circuit event, and on
50, yeah.
camera, it was caught that he was awarded a pot
Next hand was
with the third place finisher. Is that right?
Yeah, it was in a tournament. Yeah, it was for like three people were left, so the stakes were meaningful here.
And
No, not.
Yeah, you can play.
the third place finisher had the winning hand,
Stay now.
and the pot was pushed toward Maurice.
And it was an all-in pre-flop, so they all got it all in pre-flop. They both turned their hands over, so
Like that, but with like,
It's not
is there
350.
like a
Each meeting is 350 total.
You got your opinion on it?
yeah. I mean, obviously, a lot of people are saying, should the tournament reporter have a right to speak up? Should the tournament reporter speak up? What if somebody's walking by, like who gets the right to kind of speak up,
Right.
Yeah. So
etc. Some people are of the old school, like mind your own business. You know, you're not in the hand kind of thing, and other people are like,
So we're going to pause.
the cards are tabled face up. If your hand's tabled face up, that hand should win. And I don't care who brings it up or not. And that's kind of where I'm come down on it. I think
Take advantage of it.
the hand's tabled face up. I don't have any issue with the reporter pointing it out or anybody else pointing it out. I want the best hand to win when it's tabled face up. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah,
Well, the thing is in Hold'em,
we're good.
especially,
30?
if the person who should have won the hand doesn't spot it, and the pot goes the other way, and then it proceeds to the next hand,
I'm reminded of
then
like,
that
I don't know
result
why,
stands.
because, like,
Yeah, I mean, if the toothpaste is out of the tube, it gets to that point if they've already moved on.
you
And
know, like, okay, stop fidgeting.
but I guess the discussion is in the moment. Is it like off-putting or is it incorrect for
to me, the way that
I know
a
in
rail bird or a reporter to say, hey, that's the winning hand?
in the PLO cash games, like we colloquially just everybody speaks.
Yeah.
But in Hold'em,
it's
it seems like the etiquette's different, where if you don't catch shit, you don't say anything.
I think that is fun.
I don't know about like, you know, televised tournaments might be different, but
Okay.
15 we'll try
I'm not gonna say no for something I haven't
15?
tried.
Okay. 50.
Can we make it an even number?
50 is good.
50?
Yeah.
so my role's different because I'm like dual
Get my tip for winning that?
staff and media.
So we're doing the last.
So in my case, I do have to report it, but I think if it's pure media, you don't.
Like last time we had the ducky.
And that's because of the employee handbook for, you know, where you're working. Because the media does not have,
That last time, remember?
Yeah.
you know, you give a media pass, or even if you're media staff, you don't have that in the handbook.
Yeah, I agree. It's not like in the responsibility of the reporter to be like a quasi dealer. I disagree with people that think it's wrong for the reporter to say something. I think if a reporter sees it and says something, I want the best hand to win. I want the truth to prevail. And I don't care who brings it up, in my opinion.
Connie knows we're playing too. She knows we're playing stand-up.
I think so.
Okay.
So what do you think of What do you think of Maurice not saying anything? Because do you think that there's any chance that he didn't know?
No, I think he definitely knew. Like I'd be shocked if he didn't. But, you know, some people are a little Machiavellian, I suppose. So, you know, that's kind of the way of the world, especially in gambling. You got to have your head on a swivel and definitely need to be an advocate for yourself. And unfortunately, we're kind of asking him to be an advocate against himself monetarily, but I think ultimately it's the right thing to do.
But it's
that's
calm.
cool.
It's calm. No,
I think for the most part, I do announce it, but I also don't feel like I owe that person.
Yeah.
So I'll be honest, if I have a personal vendetta or there was some history of like, you know, something not good on their end, then at that point I don't say anything.
Yeah, I get how it can be easy to do that where if like somebody's a scumbag that you're playing against you, but like to me, like, I don't know, I feel like that's letting somebody else's ethics dictate my ethics, and I don't want to be like that. So like even if some scumbag and I are in a hand and
what if
it gets pushed to me, like I still want to say, hey, like you won the pod, even though I know the guy wouldn't do the same thing if it was reversed, but I'd try to just not let other people's.
What if he's like angled you and cheated you in the past?
To me, it wouldn't matter. Like I don't want to let other people's ethics dictate mine.
You're a better person than me.
Yeah, it's harder to do. I get it. It's definitely harder to do, and it's versus scummy that wouldn't do the same if it were flipped. But
Am I going to show up for your buzzer?
Hey!
Oh, we already mocked it.
I mocked it. I forgot.
But it was,
Yeah.
big turn there for Seth. Flop 2 pair, turn to club draw.
You have to remember, yeah.
In fact, usually, like we'll keep it friendly, but usually there's a punishment.
Yeah,
you
there's a
remind the
punishment.
person.
Yeah.
Usually
We won't do
I'll
that.
give them the pot, but we're obviously not going to do that.
Well, no,
We're
but
keeping
that
it
was a
friendly.
mock.
I had it.
Well, I can go grab it now?
well, I mean,
Well, I could.
it wasn't in the muck. Like, it could have been a problem.
It was close.
Yeah, I think his hands were on it. I'm not sure.
So she touched it.
Ty goes.
Oops.
All right. I'll wait till the cards are in that box. Getting shuffled.
All right.
You definitely see that misreading of hands happen a lot more in PLO. It's really easy to misread your hand in Omaha, and that's a good reminder if you're a no-limit player or somebody that's just starting to play PLO. Always table your hand face up. Don't be embarrassed. Like, I remember vividly misreading my hand playing 10, 20, 40 PLO here, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. It's easy to misread your hand in Omaha. Backdoor straights come in, backdoor flushes. It's easy to get fooled, so just table your hand face up.
All right, that'll probably me.
Even Phil Ivey misread his hand in the World Series of Poker final table.
That's
so
right.
he's all given us the blessing to make a noob mistake. So
70. Full call, 5, 4, 6, 7, 3, 9, call.
Shimmy, are you outside?
four ways to the flop here. Queen 8-5
And Julia with
Rainbow.
the inside wrap. She can hit a Jack 10, 9, or 7.
And Connie with top 2 backdoor diamonds. Great spot for Connie here. 300 in the pot. She's got 800 stack. Looks like she's hoping for, I'm assuming she's trying to get a check raise in here, but does not work. But she catches a nice turn. She's got top 3 pair now.
300? 290?
She's going to lead out for pot.
290.
Don't hit her flop slow play as much, given her stack size. You know, she can get it in
One too many, Connie.
pretty easily on turns and rivers, whether she, checks turn and check raises or whatever. So if she had a deeper stack, missing a street of value is a little tougher because you're kind of capping what you can win in the hand. But definitely don't falter for slow play in the flop, trying to get a check raise in. Good fold there by Revivo with the ace-king. He did improve his hand, obviously, with that ace. So it's good good to realize that's not going to be enough there. Big river for Connie. Full house.
King, Jack, 10, 9, or 7.
Julia counting her outs. I can't even count that high.
Super wrap.
I hit my flush, but...
Nice result there for Connie.
To get my thing?
Yeah.
Boat. You got a boat, right? Yeah.
To hear if any VD's going to be posting more content.
I hope so. I love that guy's videos, man. He's a world-class player and puts out some epic content. So shout out to him, as always. Always like promoting his channel and really like everything he's about. And definitely want to share his stream with as many as possible because I think he deserves a lot more views and subs than he's getting. So
I got in a minor Twitter spat.
Oh, Lord.
It actually started with a misunderstanding.
So easy for that to happen to tone and text,
Yeah,
versus an IRL convo.
Yeah, that's huge. It's why, like, even, with big meetings, I prefer in person and not even Zoom and phone calls.
100%.
Like, what? What'd you say? What? But yeah, Yale Greenfield, it was, Yale.
I'm familiar with him, yeah. I don't think I've met him in person, but yeah, I've seen the screen name.
Stream commentator. So moved and he talks to one of my buddies, and then I do believe the communication was innocent, that words were kind of misconstrued. He did mention that he didn't know if I could beat the outside no limit game, and it was.
What's it even mean? 2-5, 10-20. There's a lot of no limit games on the casino floor.
What was the message that was construed to me, or that was sent to me, and then the listeners were like, "What?" So Yale clarified he was talking about the highest stakes no limit. He didn't know, and I'm just like, and it wasn't meant as a dig. It was competitive. He didn't know if I could, and we cleared up this morning, and it's you game select.
The purity of the stand-up game.
But
the bomb pot.
Not even no limit, but the other games, nobody's out there reg battling.
Yeah.
Gambling here.
And even if you're beating it in theory, then the win rate can be just very low and unstable, and opportunity cost, and just say you get buried and it's not there the next day.
Yeah.
Or the next week or the next month.
So it's not double board?
You're first, Connie.
Or the DOJ says you can't play. It's gone. Gone for a couple of years.
Things can change in a hurry in the poker landscape.
So stand-up doesn't count for bomb pot? Okay.
Looks like we're doing a double board bomb pot, perhaps, if I heard it right. Although I'm only seeing one flop, so maybe not.
I always have to scan my cards properly.
Sorry, okay.
Or is it a single board bomb pot?
It's single
Perhaps.
board. You
Okay.
can't double board yet.
Oh.
You should know that. They took away your job.
See, it's I've put so many hours at this casino playing double board PLO that it's just I can't unwire that from my brain.
I mean, even PLO has gone through so many eras, normal and then the
normal,
the rock.
Normal, the double board, the 5-card, the 6-card. I mean, there's just so many onions, so many layers of the onion getting peeled back, and little variations.
Well, another person can act.
Once you get good at a game, they'll say, "Great, we're changing it.
Right.
Something else now. Learn that." Always have to evolve as a poker pro.
I got it.
Yeah.
That's why in No Limit Hold'em they had all these side games. Because normal small blind, big blind, No Limit Hold'em plays way too nitty. Even with the big blind ante, it still plays pretty nitty.
Couple players with the top and bottom pair here. It's not crazy to see top and bottom check back or bottom 2 check back, which might seem surprising if you're coming from No Limit. How are you not betting 2 pair on the flop, but like a top and bottom pair with no additional equity isn't an overwhelming hand, so it's not surprising to see that as a check back. It's nice to have hands in your check back range as well that can like make full houses and such. So it's kind of it's another side benefit of checking back a hand like, you know, bottom 2 pair, top and bottom as well. But a lot of hands like top pair with, you know, a flush draw and overcards are going to be a favorite over your top and bottom pair with no equity. So it's just not an overwhelming hand as you may think if you're coming over from no limit. And Revivo betting 200 on the end here with jacks and 3s.
That's ambitious.
That's pretty ambitious for
but he
sure.
got a chop to fold.
He did get a chop to fold. Looks like he
sick.
bet 200 into 1,000.
Yeah, thank you.
And Tony just
Yeah, you got to get your. No, not on a collection.
Not on bomb pots.
Oh, you're supposed to
I
take it
know.
out first.
what do you think Tony's feeling? Oh well.
Yeah, Tony,
It's
I
pretty
mean,
calm and collected most of the time.
But the
Yeah.
comes out of whoever wins. That's why we did. No, it doesn't play on bomb pot because everyone's in.
Too hard to win.
We said it before, man.
Remember that.
I don't know all the players in this field, but I know Tony's played a fair amount of PLO. But I know for me, sometimes when you're playing people that you're unsure if they've played PLO, it can be easy to like make mistakes or get fooled because you're so trained and your mind's primed to be playing against other people that are like super seasoned in PLO.
Yeah.
So sometimes you could play somebody that's not as seasoned and they can kind of own you in a hand just by kind of clicking buttons.
That happened on
So,
stream.
you know, it's kind of funny.
Kitty Quo's not really like a PLO regular, and Jungle Man bet an underfull. So I don't remember. Like, I think he had 3s, and it was like 3, 5, 5, like ace or something. And then Kitty had the deuce 4.
And we're speaking of no limit or PLO?
PLO.
Okay.
Yeah. So Kitty bet. I think Jungle like min raised, and then Cage was like 3 bet. And then Jungle's like, ow, just can't. I don't even know. And then he just like torches the underfull, which you and I understand why.
Sure.
And to be fair to Kitty, I don't think she realized it, but she actually did have boat blockers.
Yeah.
So it would have been a good candidate to bluff. But
Sure.
I think she really thought that, whatever, I got the wheel.
That is hilarious.
Then Jungle folded.
Yeah, that's...
And we posted that one for sure.
That's pretty great. Yeah, it's pretty great when the super pro gets roasted. That's what we're all here for.
Yeah.
That's what's so great about poker, man. Nobody's immune to getting punked in the hand, so to speak. But yeah, it's easy to get kind of punked in the hand when people are kind of on totally different frequencies, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you're kind of just primed to play against people that are, you know, it's...
Right. I mean, yeah, people have mentioned that about me too. They're just like, what you do? I'm like, I mean, I'm used to certain things. And it takes time to adjust because you do need to know the thought process of your opponent / all the people at the table and the dynamics to really see things through.
100%. Look at Carly flopping
Is the green?
full house here with pocket queens, queen 5-5 rainbow.
Do you always do that, or is it like a health thing right now?
No, I don't think it.
What is it?
I don't hate betting here. Obviously, she's betting into like 5 people, so it's pretty likely somebody's going to wake up with the 5X here. So I don't mind building a pot. And somebody came in with king, or ace, they're going to continue as well. So
Yeah. Even Rainbow, I'm almost always betting here.
not that checking back would be terrible either, but
Sure.
I think you want to build a pot. And
Yeah.
given the amount of people that were in the hand, I think it's not unlikely. It's pretty likely somebody
Use it
I
like
threw
a
away my
little-
5.
could have a 5X there.
The pots and bottles.
For you guys at home, that's called an overfull.
Like,
So it's very difficult for 5X to outdraw you.
Who else won a
They would need to have
Connie-
aces,
Connie
kings,
has one.
or hit
On the
quads,
other side of her. Okay.
or some backdoor straight flush, which
Need to hit a 1-out 5 or a 2-out shout with their pocket kings or aces.
Someone else has one of those?
2 people.
I changed my mind.
3 people could have had one.
Yeah.
what happened to Stephanie, Jamie? Who?
Yeah, we know she's late.
No.
You were early. We got it.
Another one.
Another girl.
Yeah, Stephanie's usually.
Hey,
She's
do
been at
you
all
want
the
a
games.
glass also or no?
I'm good, thank you.
Revo, did you want champagne or no?
No, but
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh my God, it's beautiful. Oh my gosh, thank you so
can you
much.
throw that timer one? No, yeah, like, yes, there.
Here?
I would love
so
a little
everyone
bit of
can see
water.
it.
That'd be great.
Oh, you? In the
We
front?
kind of know how many's
Thank
out
you.
there.
God, it's
Okay.
gorgeous.
37, 180.
Looks like we got some drinking going on at the table.
I'm gonna share this.
I thought you meant the booth. Just kidding.
Well, yeah, I do. I think
Can I get? Oh,
Wayne's down in
no, let me
a Coke here. Looks like the ice cubes are getting watered down, though, Wayne. I don't know. That might be a little bit of a mid soda at this point. So.
Damn.
Thanks for joining.
Look who's jumping the shark now.
How about that?
Everybody.
Thanks for coming.
Alcoholic.
This is the kind of stuff you're a lot more likely to see at a PLO table than a no limit table. Everybody drinking, cheersing.
Oh yeah, no limits. You know, they got the salad and the berries and the
no limit.
the backpacks.
Yeah, no limit. Everybody's got a backpack and a Jamba Juice and athletic greens packets and vitamins and 6 seat change buttons, and everybody's wearing scarves over their neck. It's a great vibe. I mean, if you're looking for real cutthroat kind of tooth or nail environments, no limit's a fantastic space to be in. But if you just want to show up and gamble and jack around with some people and have a good time, good camaraderie and vibes, PLO is definitely more going to be your speed, I would say. Which was the subject of a Daniel Negreanu tweet maybe a handful of months ago, where he basically did like a poll of like most fun group to play with and all these characteristics, and like PLO was like the winner on like 4 of the 8 categories. Which was
were the top and bottom?
Damn.
I wish I remembered all the other ones. One of them for PLO was which table is the most likely to like be high at the table or do weed or whatever, and that was Limit Omaha. Like which game is the most stoners or something, I think it said.
Especially not live on camera.
That's the best part. I'm sure they have like a camera angle that could like zoom in and just get you a close up.
But I definitely remember PLO won for like best vibe / most fun for sure. Was PLO was the winner on that one. So.
Thanks, man.
Oh, thank you.
5 ways to the flop. 10-9-5. Couple spades.
All right.
Seth flopping a set of 5s.
Oh, okay. That's all, girl.
Jamie with the overpair of kings and a gut shot to the jack.
I'm good, thank you.
We're making a mimosa.
Julia has
I cut it in half.
a pair and a piece as well. Top pair and some straight draws. Pairing 10 on the turn.
Good enough.
Anyone want one too?
Really tough turn here for Julia. Her hand improved, but makes Seth the full house, and he checks it back. I definitely would be wanting to bet my full house there. You definitely want to kind of deny equity from 10x that can kind of fill up versus your pocket 5s. And you want to get, money from spade draws that may continue to call bets in the hand. So I think you just need to keep betting your hand there.
Shitty boat, 5's full.
And I hear him say shitty boat, which I wonder if he checked back part of it out of just some defensiveness.
Yay, give me that thing.
Which I think it's smart that he realized it's a shitty boat, but to me that means like when you bet and get potted, then maybe you need to fold, versus certain people, because your bottom full house isn't going to be good as the pot gets really big post flop. But you need to just keep betting your hand until told otherwise.
That's what Jungle did against Kitty.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. We all understand Jungle's fold.
100%.
Determined not to be the last one. Everybody having two shitty days?
Yeah, I think if I'm set there, I'm just betting a third pot or half pot, hope to get called by, king high, ace high spade draws, some kind of queen jack king hand, maybe with spades, like a wrap and flush draw. Obviously, any 10x is going to call the flop bets. Now that has trips, which, could have a fair amount of outs to improve to a bigger full house. So, yeah, just got to keep betting your hand there.
There's days where I could eat, days where I don't.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's funny when you check back that full house, I was like, is he checking back because he thinks his hand's so big? Or is he checking back because he's kind of being defensive? But given his comment, I think he was kind of wanting to control the size of the pot there, realizing that, there's a lot more, there's other full houses out there that have him in pretty bad shape, so.
Yeah.
Tony raising with the 8-8, 6-5. Low-sided clubs there at the 6-5 of clubs. Just going to make it almost 200 here pre-flop. Gets 3-bet by Seth with the double-suited aces. Doesn't get any better than that. Tony's going to continue. He probably feels pretty confident that he's up against a kind of a high card-oriented hand, like an ace-ace-x hand, like he's up against. So when your stacks are deep and you kind of, your opponents kind of define their range, it's kind of,
That was kind of clear just from your.
in a weird way, you're kind of in a great spot being Tony here, knowing what your opponent has and having cards that are going to be live and aren't being covered by your opponent's 3-betting range. And Seth checks here. Interesting spot for Tony. If he didn't have pocket eights, like if he had like a 8-7-6-5, where he kind of would have a little more outs to improve to 2 pair of trips, I kind of would like just starting betting this flop and just really putting pressure on the ace-ace, king-king, portion of his range, which is going to be what he's going to pretty much always have when he 3-bets out of the blinds. This is an interesting bet now by Seth, now that the flush comes in on the turn. He doesn't have any diamonds in his hand either. I don't think he's ever getting any flushes to fold, so I'm not sure what he's folding out. And I'm not sure if he's getting called by anything worse either. But it does not end up mattering, and Tony relinquishes the hand. Would have been interesting to know what Seth would have did had Tony just started the hand by betting the flop on check 2. Definitely a flop that favors Tony a lot more than Seth.
And the other thing that was awesome was I had a really high deductible. I had 2,500 deductible. But they told me that if the person who hit me doesn't have insurance, they might end up waiving the deductible for me.
Oh, wow.
And that's exactly what happened. And they sent me another, besides paying off my loan, they sent me another $3,000.
Wow.
So it was a win-win, that car accident. Well, a win for me.
Yeah, you won that day too, right?
Oh,
Playing?
good old days.
Yeah, I think you were just something I lost.
Sorry. Last game I got rear-ended on the way here, and then so I had to drive with my bumper basically hanging off the ground to get to the commerce. But it all worked out.
You got rear-ended on the freeway, or?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Well, it was a slow down transferring to another freeway.
I see.
So
it wasn't
too
super
bad.
Okay.
I didn't get hurt, and but my car did. The damages were so much they totaled it. It wasn't. I still could drive it barely.
Yeah.
She said she was in pain, and her car was pretty messed up. It was a Honda.
Oh.
So I felt bad because I've done the same thing. Just misjudging what's ahead of me, and not and then boom, rear-end somebody.
We said she didn't have insurance?
And she said I just canceled it, and that turned out to be good.
That's why would they cancel it?
Oh, yeah,
deductible for you though.
I didn't have I had comprehensive, so they ended up refunding me my deductible because she wasn't insured. So, and I'm sure they don't go after
motorists.
And Revivo gonna bet when check 2 here.
Yeah. So you saved a few thousand.
Does have some relevant blockers with the 6, blocking the 5-6 for a straight, and
they go after you.
Really?
Got an 8.
I mean, she had lost her job. It was just a horrible thing for her.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like
Jamie with the wheel.
And I get
that's
my
what I think.
Button. My button.
Kind of like the bet by Revivo with pocket 8s on the end. It's pretty unlikely to win at showdown, so I think it's kind of good when check 2 on the end with hands that are just pretty poor. He had a 6 in his hand blocking a straight. I think it's good just to kind of bet those hands as a bluff. Didn't work that time, but I think that's a good bet there with pocket 8s. Definitely fold out a lot better by betting there, so just didn't work on that occasion, but I like the bet by him. Just often want to be thinking, what am I folding out here? What can I fold out? You know, what are my odds, chances of winning at showdown? And do I have blockers? But often in PLO, you often want to ask yourself one of three questions. Do I have equity against the nuts? Do I block the nuts? Carly going to make it 70 under the gun with the ace, queen, 10, 7. Tries suited to the queen.
No stuff.
I think we could play it on the stream, that's why. Because they keep track of the chips.
Fair enough open in this game, but in a pretty tough, competitive, kind of open public casino game environment, I would probably just fold this hand under the gun. But obviously when you're playing on a stream, everybody's wanting to have fun and be action and see flop, so...
Where's she at?
Yeah, who's
I can understand expanding the ranges a little bit just for the sake of the show and just be in action.
Connie?
Me.
Julie?
But probably not going to work out well if you open hands like these under the gun in a lot of normal to tougher environments, I would say.
In tough environments, like, what do you advocate for the weakest EP raise?
I mean, I think a lot of times raising under the gun, you're going to want to have an ace-X in your hand.
Oh, I want to curse the fuck out of you.
Or a hand that just has pretty good board coverage. Like, obviously, you need to be opening hands like Jack 10, 9, 8 and kind of the double-suited kind of connector hands, because obviously if you're never opening hands like that, then you're just going to get eaten alive post-flopping a lot of low to mid boards. So if you're the kind of person that just raises only high cards and big pairs under the gun, then people can just destroy you on all the kind of low to mid flops because they realize you're never going to be able to kind of have hands on boards like that. So you definitely need to mix in kind of lower to mid connecting hands just to kind of give yourself board coverage so you don't just get eaten alive by people. But
Do they normally play bigger for that?
obviously, I wouldn't, you don't want to make a practice of raising tri-suited hands under the gun for sure.
I really haven't played it with PLO very much.
And if you must, obviously you'd rather, be tri-suited to the ace.
Which game?
It's just stand-up in general.
Oh, I thought yeah, you don't really need
What about like the weakest double pair?
to play more hands.
Right. Pot.
Double pair hands are pretty great. Obviously, I'm not sure I'd open, 3-3 deuce double suited under the gun, but hands like 7-7-6-6 and 5-5-4-4 or 9-9-8-8, I think are fair. Fair opens.
Looks good.
Under the gun.
C2 scan copy. 4, 4, 4.
Obviously, if you have a double paired hand, you're going to flop a set roughly 1 in 4 times, and if you're double suited, you'll flop a flush draw roughly 1 in 4 times. So obviously, like a 7-7-6-6 double suited hand's pretty strong. It's going to connect, on a lot of flops and boards.
I keep forgetting it's 20s at a time.
Yeah, same. I'm using 5s. Absolutely.
We need one of those sticks. Yeah. Like at the roulette table.
Scan your copy.
Oh, baby.
Scan your copy.
3 deuces on the flop.
I'm first.
Yeah.
200.
Reviva leading out here for, I believe, 200 with the overpair queens, which is definitely helpful to have the ace to boot with the queens as well, blocking the likelihood of somebody having pocket aces. Although, given the context of a hand, if it's like a raised pot and you didn't get re-raised, it's not as likely somebody has aces.
That's what I was trying to check. How high is your pocket pair?
And Tony turning his hand into a bluff here, perhaps capitalizing on the fact that he's probably not going to lead out here with quad deuces here, so.
All right, I'll believe you.
And obviously pocket sixes are often not going to be the best hand, so I think this is a great raise by Tony. You're going to fold out a lot of better pocket pairs like you did here, so.
Oh, good bluff.
Thank you.
Yeah. I had a jacks.
Beautiful.
Tony with the exploit.
He also had ace king in his hand as well, which kind of
going back to four
blocks one of the other continuing hands somebody might have there leading out, which would be, you know, pocket aces, pocket kings. He probably knows he's never going to lead out with the deuce, so given all those things, it's pretty good ingredients to put in a bluff raise there. Well played there by Tony Danza.
Just everyone gets a deck.
More cards. Doing $25 pot silver board, 5-card. It was just the most fun action game.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. Yeah, Tony, I've been playing a bit of 5-card lately, which is pretty nuts, pretty nutty. But there is like actual non-chaos to it. After
there's gotta
down.
be. As long as you're making decisions with cards, there's got to be something.
Right. But going back to 4-card, it really does. Like 4-card feels kind of tame now. It feels much more manageable.
There's the discussion of 4-card PLO, 5-card PLO, 6-card.
Yep, there's always
You prefer Odom.
always new stuff to learn. I've kind of been of an old, you know, I just mentioned earlier, I'm being a bit of a fraud how you got to adapt and evolve, but which I kind of have yet to do with 5-card. I've kind of just stayed with 4-card because I really like it a lot more.
23.
But if 5-card gets even more popular to where, you know, there's not 4-card games in your particular region, you know, you're going to have to learn that. And obviously, if you can play both games and you hear about a good 5-card game going somewhere, you know, it's definitely useful as a pro to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. So
Yeah.
It's so much fun,
Yeah. It's not the crazy donk fest that I thought it was.
No.
Or just crazy gamble fest. It's really not. There's a lot
You could
to
also
it.
make a lot more money, too.
In PLO.
Yeah, for sure.
If you can withstand the swings.
The swings, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The last time we played together on this one.
can you even play 5-card here at Commerce? Do they have the clearance for that, or how does that work?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Yeah.
It's the same game, Jamie. That's right.
Yeah.
We're working on running multiple times and double bourbon pots first. I've seen the documents. I've had to proofread them.
Which I was a seasoned enough player at that point to know to not get committed with bottom set. It's just, I think, you know, we weren't deep enough and there were 2 behind me and every possible straight draw on the board. And my big mistake in the hand was that I called with that piece of shit pre-flop. That was my big
I hate
mistake.
bottom set.
Also, I wasn't seasoned enough to know that you can just call with kings pre. In my home brain, I still think the king's pre, no matter what, was a 3-bet. Someone had already caught
She
it.
just has to wait a while to.
So that's why I'm like, well, she doesn't have king. She would have re-raised.
1380.
And that covers him, right?
Julia with a bit of a tricky hand. As you can see, she's pretty nice equity favored here with the 2-pair, but bottom 2 is super dicey in Limit Omaha, especially with no additional equity. She doesn't have even a single club in her hand.
I like to.
And she's out of position.
Yeah, out of position. I mean, she's got a pretty treacherous hand.
Easy to play against.
But free card.
What do you got? Are you waiting for them? You're not waiting for me, right?
No, we need that.
Okay.
Although the pot does have almost 1,400 in it, and, you know, he's got half of a stack left, so.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Set of kings on the end there.
Nice hand.
Nice hand.
Big draw out. Of course,
Yeah, my hand.
could have counterfeited her 2-pair with other rivers, not the king, but still 70% favorite down the drain for Julia. Tough one there.
They said.
Definitely a good starting hand.
6,
Oh my
7,
God, yeah.
7, 8. Okay.
Not the best flop, but
No.
great starting hand.
Oh, and what hurts the most is that she also needs to pay everybody. Doesn't that suck? That sucks.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
That's a double whammy.
Double whammy.
3, 7, 8. King.
Thank you.
River is a king club, right? Okay.
Thank you.
yeah.
There's 4 of them.
There. Oops.
Who won?
We were too long.
Yeah, we all won.
Oh,
Julia
Eddie.
lost.
Oh.
Okay, Jimmy.
She said, oh.
Red's back.
Oh. Adding 2,000.
Okay, C3 at 2,000. We need this button.
Oh, button. From small blind?
Do we want to take like a 1-round break from it and then?
Yeah.
And then play again?
Sure.
Keep going.
That's what's the
It's fun,
story
right?
behind
You want to keep going right away?
Yeah.
We can take a 1-round break if you want.
Is it round, orbit, or hand?
Just like an orbit, an
Okay.
orbit break from it.
We're gonna keep going.
I don't know.
Yeah, let's do
Let's
that.
keep
Up
it
to you
simple.
guys. I don't
Maybe
care.
after the next one, then we'll take a break so people can.
No, not a physical
But I don't
break,
need to go to the bathroom.
No, I'm saying a break from the stand.
Right, I know. Let's continue.
Keep it going?
Keep it on.
Yeah, but then
Okay.
next time we'll have a break in between.
Got it. All right, let's keep it going. Back on.
Yes, struggle.
Game on.
Still play stand up?
Yes.
Right? They still play
Yes.
stand up. Yeah, yeah. This way, 4. 4.
Should I show first before I see it? Does it matter?
No, show first. Yeah, show the.
Yeah, do that
Okay,
first.
scan-
Yeah, scan first. Okay.
Better.
40?
Yes. 4. 4.
Pot.
200. C1.
Hayden making it 200 here out of the big blind with king, queen, jack, 6, queen, high hearts. Good instincts there by Hayden. Not a super strong hand with that dangler being the 6, but they kind of picked up on the fact that everybody kind of had some weak holdings and just tried to blast one through with the big pot out of the blind, and it worked.
You ever seen a hand so beautiful? Is that Julia?
So far, high VPEPs. Set the big winner.
Big winner up almost 3,000, 2,800.
Shout out to our team, led by director Brian Arakaki.
Got to hang out with him a little bit before the stream. Always nice to get to talk to Brian. Always get to see his Instagram stories with him and his son playing baseball, which warms my heart as a baseball fan. So I might end up seeing him at a Dodger game at some point this year, perhaps. I go to quite a bit of games. I love baseball, so.
You should have some podcasts coming out, too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, a lot of the security is all his doing. So, you know, no incidents on the streams he runs.
Very important, especially in poker. Need to have top-notch security. Jamie flopping the nuts here with the Queen Jack 8-7. She has the nut straight with a redraw to a higher straight. What a flop here for Jamie. But nobody home for her to get called by, so she's going to take down some table scraps here and win a couple hundred in the hand.
What's the story behind the hat?
Wife and I took a trip to Seattle last summer. First night we were there was like a big art show happening in town, and we wandered in. And there's an auction happening for some fun, I don't know, I can't remember what they're raising money for, something. And there were a bunch of these different kind of hats, and they all said Henry at the bottom. And
on the 10?
I inquired about them, and the guy running the art show was like, yeah, it's the Henry.
Oh, no, the button doesn't move.
Yeah. I think I'm telling her.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, dude.
Oh,
So it turns out that he's like this really big artist in Seattle. He's a muralist. I mean,
Okay.
and he made a bunch of these hand painted for this fundraiser. And this was the first night we were there, and we were there for like another 4 or 5 nights. And I swear the rest of the trip, every single bar and restaurant we went into, this guy's stuff. And it's
was
like
everywhere?
Everywhere,
Okay.
yeah. Really cool stuff.
I'll have to ask my friend in Seattle.
Well, that's perhaps why I got this particular one. And a frog is my spirit animal, too.
Whoa.
I know. What got into me,
Too bad you didn't have $10 in there, or you'd have to call.
Call.
I said today I'm not going to have some for stuff to, well, my stuff is in there.
Yeah, but I know what you mean.
Normally,
Not over 70%.
no.
That's our goal, to stay under 70% today.
I can't help myself.
I know.
I call anything. By 1:30.
Seth betting $130 here with a 10-8-7-7. Complete air ball on the flop, but he's taking a shot at it here. Hoping to get it through, but
Tanya's a hard tree to play in that bait.
Hayden waking up with top pair and all over cards to top two.
Well, now that you reminded her.
Picks up a straight draw.
Yeah, right? Yeah, now it's hard. Yeah.
Not at the table.
Looks like Seth correctly decides to give up. Looks like he was just
I don't know.
taking a one-time shot at it on the flop.
You know, gives you an idea. It's hard for me to play and not have my phone. It's weird to me. Or music.
Hayden improving to top two. She's going to lead out here.
With no music.
I do. Well, I
in the background.
I only listen to music if things are annoying me. So I try not to, if I am, so you know, in the future, if I'm listening to music, something's annoying me.
Somebody's annoying.
Shut up. What kind of music do you listen to when you're annoyed?
Well, I like different kinds, but like some of the things I like, most people don't like sort of like alt, post-punk kind of stuff. But
oh yeah, sorry.
What's the band that's that?
Like Nick Cave.
Oh yeah, I like Nick Cave.
Yeah, I love.
And the Bad Seeds.
I listen to a lot of like Leonard Cohen.
Mm-hmm. I like Leonard Cohen a lot. I'll listen. So in that vein, like I listen to a Tom Waits station that I just, you know, that will get me really settled. Or I also like some of the old Motown, like Supremes, that kind of stuff. Like, a lot of Motown I don't like, but some I just really love. Like anything the Supremes did.
I've been sharing a lot of old Motown with my kid lately.
Oh.
Really digs it. Yeah.
For some reason, my parents used to listen to like Motown when we go on camping trips. So Motown, for some reason, reminds me
makes you
of
think
camping.
of the wide open spaces. Not me.
Yeah,
Me
I guess
think
for
of,
other
like-
people it would be very different.
Yeah.
Julia flopping pretty big here. Nut flush draw with a straight draw. Turns it 4 clubs instantly now. 440 in the middle. Let's see what she sizes here.
40?
She's going to pot it. Hoping somebody woke up with a club flush on the turn as well, but no dice.
Just the nuts. I mean, you know, that's all I play.
Just the nuts.
I have the straight, but I was like, I'm
Oh. Thank you.
Right away.
I flopped 2 pairs too. I thought he was going to bet.
Me?
Him?
I thought you were going to bet. So I checked it.
10-20 pot limit Omaha. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic.
On the flop.
Gamble on social media. Been a
I had a good
long time weathered pro now at this point. Been playing full time for about 20 years. Mostly above 10-20 the last decade or so. And more of a PLO bent the last probably 5 to 10 years for sure.
And
I'm good.
The cramps
Like,
on
even
in
when I
my
wrote the news here with 3 other
AirPods. Then I'm
players.
really needing to forget things.
First learned how to play pot limit Omaha here at the Commerce, actually, with 10-20-40, I believe it was. That might have been 8.
Was it top section?
Yeah, right over here. That's now where the table games are. All the poker games are on the other side in the same room now. But back in the day, they used to kind of have the bigger games on the smaller side by the hotel, and the smaller and mid games are on the other side.
No way.
Jamie is folding this.
But yep,
Those cards are blank.
I was a 10-20 no limit reg here forever, and then my friends kept telling me you need to play PLO, and I kept looking at the games like, well, it looks like a lot better of a game, that's for sure. But I was like, I don't know if I want to just jump in at 10, 20, 40 and learn how to play PLO. Yeah. I also didn't want to go down to like 5-5 and learn it either, so I was kind of at an impasse because I'm playing 10, 20, 40 no limit, so it was kind of hard to go down on stakes and learn PLO. Eventually, I just jumped in the bigger PLO and just kind of eventually learned and figured it out over time.
Took some punches, classic punches.
Took some punches. I didn't, read my hand right and folded a winner a time or two, I remember, per the earlier conversation, just not being seasoned and kind of being a noob. But those are the learning pains you got to get through to rise through the ranks. So just part of the journey.
Okay.
Kind of have to live with being in uncomfortable stakes and spots for periods of time if you kind of want to grow as a player. So just part of the game.
Yeah, and then every stakes jump, you gotta
this is new, Julia.
learn some stuff and get punched in the face.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, I wanna.
But if you go through the gauntlet, then you could basically adapt to like any field.
Definitely wish I would have transitioned over earlier, that's for sure. These were pretty fun games back then, playing with like Trinidad and Majid and legend of the Loy, who's probably one of the better players I've ever played against. He's just a tremendous player, one of the best gamblers I've ever played against. Is Loy. He's just
he took the biggest pot off of me in my life.
That's what Loy does. He is a big pot master. He straddles, double straddles. He kind of puts off the scent that he's, some big gambler, which he is. That's not a fraudulent thing. Like, he's straddling, double straddling. He puts in a lot of action, but he's got incredible instincts, and he's really good at winning those big pots. So
Brian Cox was there.
Yep, that was my buddy actually, who kept trying to convince me to play PLO, and I kind of went in kicking and screaming eventually. So yeah, shout out to Brian Cox for showing me the way and kind of urging me to play PLO. And then I have some online PLO friends from Europe that I send a lot of hand histories to, like my buddy Niall, and he definitely helped me out with some hand histories, and definitely takes a village.
There's a dude with glasses, right? Like starts with an I.
Because they keep track of the chips.
Trying to think. Were you talking about for like the back in the day commerce PLO reg?
Yeah, the 1020.
Man, I'm trying to think of who that would be.
I won a big tournament a couple years ago, which is obviously like a lifetime, but
I'm in position.
Hey, pocket aces. No good.
Maybe I just have it all wrong.
I can't think of who that would be. Maybe it'll come to us
in my head.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I was like, I already have $10 in there.
Still play often with Loy. He's still got it.
Is he?
Still
Where is
got
he
it.
now?
He's, he plays all over in L.A., but he's still in the area. That's for sure. He often is in the 10, 20, 40, 80 PLO game that I'm a regular in, so he finds himself in those games on a fair amount. He also plays a lot of mixed and other stuff, so he's a super talented poker player that can play a lot of games, so he's got a lot of options available to himself. He's willing to play massive stakes, and he's willing to play a variety of games, so he's pretty much always around the ball, so to speak.
Well, if you've been around this long, it's really tough to be a no-limit hold'em specialist, which, Garrett Adelstein's done.
Sure.
Barbara Pazian.
Those guys I used to play with Garrett back in the day here a lot. That was right when Garrett started playing, right, was when I was kind of starting to transition to PLO. I was kind of playing about half and half, I would say. Still playing no limit a decent bit, but was starting to put a lot of my effort and energy into pot limit Omaha. But it was definitely fun to play with Garrett. And
Playing online?
I love what I loved about
speak for yourself on that one.
what I loved about playing with Garrett is I always kind of eye roll at the people that like buy in for $20K and play like 5% of hands and post a picture of their stack on social and like try to be like the cock of the walk, but they never put any money in. It's just kind of like fake action. And what I loved about Garrett is whatever money you had in front of you, it was in play.
It's in play, yeah.
And a lot of people weren't used to that until he came around. And so I kind of like that he kind of undressed these people that were kind of, you know, acting like they were a big man on campus with these big buy-ins, but they played like 5% of hands. So I kind of like that those people kind of got humbled, so to speak. But no, he's definitely really tough to play against. So definitely wasn't like looking forward to him being at my table, but there are aspects of his game that I kind of liked. Seeing some dynamics play out because of him was fun for me to see.
I kind of took advantage of the situation because like I'm playing 100 or 200 big blinds because of my online background.
Sure.
So when he's like driving the action, then other people get caught in the crosshairs.
Yeah, it's a great spot if you're on a shorter stack, so to speak, because there's going to be more dead money in the pot, and people are playing deep, so like they're playing a totally different game than you're playing as somebody that's got a 50 to 200 big blind stack or whatever when they're playing 800 big blinds deep and they're trying to like, play 40, 50% of hands pre-flop and 3-betting wide stuff. As if you have a shorter stack, it's like a good situation to just print money, which is like the bane of the existence of guys that are deeper because obviously they don't like shorter stacks at the table for obvious reasons. But there's a lot of different dynamics at a table you got to contend with.
Super.
That was set.
Nice hand.
Oh, not that bad. Okay.
Big flop for Jamie. Kind of ran out pretty crummy for her.
Not often a
flop
set
middle
of queens
set.
wins there.
Right, yeah. I mean, 10 jack, hearts, and kind of ran him 4-5. They backed into it.
I'm just going to check it.
Button.
Oh.
I remember the name. It was Isaac.
You showed.
Okay.
You showed.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
him?
Yeah, Isaac, yeah.
I'm going to add on.
Shorter, like Jewish kid with glasses.
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
Yep. He's not in poker anymore. I'm not sure
Let's put him like on.
what happened to him, but yeah, he had a good little run there for a few years.
Good for him.
Manipulates her.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, put it in front, Tony.
See, when you can pull the obscure names.
Yeah, Isaac. Yeah, I think he went on a bad run or something because he used to play like bigger PLO, and then I'd see him at some other tables.
Oh, I mean,
and then
we know how it is.
and then I think he might have been like invested in a business or some kind of idea that ended up not working out the way he hoped, and
know about that too.
Hey, we got to take chances, Can't make all the shots you take. But if you want to make a shot, you got to take a shot. So that's part of the game. Got to live with failure.
That was a good hand.
Got to take a shot.
I don't know.
You might have just got burnt out. People get burnt out of playing poker too. You play a lot.
Oh, I'm burnt out. No, I'm thankful, but like,
it's
unless I'm on camera, I'm just like not gonna. Well, that's not true.
Okay.
I mostly don't play high stakes anymore unless I'm on camera.
Where are you going again?
Yeah, I've had pretty crazy longevity for doing it as long as I've had, but I think part of why I've been able to like play the stakes for as long as I had is like poker's always kind of been a piece of the pie for me and never the whole pie. So I've always had like a partner, a girlfriend that I'd spend time with, and I'd always have, I'm a really active into skiing and I just stand-up comedy. So there's always like a bunch of other interests I've always had. So it probably kept me from being really, really good at poker by not like fully devoting more of my time and effort into it. But I think it also kind of extended my longevity because, there would be a handful of years where I might only play 25 hours a week or 20 hours a week because I'm doing other things with my life. But, I think some of the people that play like 50 hours a week, it's hard to sustain that for 12 years in a row or whatever. You kind of.
Now you're telling me.
So it kind of depends on how you want to do it. But, yeah, I've kind of always had a lot of other stuff pulling me different directions. Julia betting her open ender here. She's got a 5 as well. Definitely like that she's taking the betting lead here. She's got 8 outs to the nuts, and 5's useful to have. She can make trips with it or pick up some additional equity. Having that 5 is useful. So I like that she's kind of taking a shot at the pot here and just not falling into a really passive approach. And sure enough, that 5 comes in here. That additional equity now is trip. So she's got a really big hand now. Trip 5. She's got an open ender. Tony kind of had a similar hand, although a little bit better version. He had top pair with the kind of lower side open ender. Good fold there by Tony.
Keep your chip.
She already has one.
I have 3 5 stacks.
Gets another one.
They play it they play a progressive one where the
really fun.
more chips you get, the more you get paid.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I haven't played that one, but it.
Oh, so you would get like,
Sounds fun.
you get 2 chips, you get $100. Yeah.
Oh.
So if you're the last one, you could end up owing a lot.
Well, the kicker is that, okay, so
there's something wrong with that because like you win, but you win $50, like no big deal. You lose.
Right.
It's like, damn, that's.
I know, it's like a penalty instead of an award.
Exactly. I don't like it.
I know, I agree.
That does sound fun, like, if you get more, you get...
But the progressive one is like there's another aspect to it. And that is like, let's say they do it where you have one more button than there are people. So like there's 8 of us, right? So you would have 9 buttons. And once the 9 buttons are out, whoever has them, whoever doesn't have any buttons pays to each of those people who has them. So you can make a ton.
Right.
Before you sit down, you have to show your boobs. Sorry.
Yeah.
Everybody did already.
We did it.
Yeah,
We already
everyone
did
did
it.
You did first.
Pot.
I tried, guys.
Julia Podnet.
Hayden limping in with the ace 8 5 3 double. Julia potting with the ace king queen 4 tri-suited the king.
Yeah.
I didn't even see Marina Mendez. She came in.
Call.
Marina Mendez has entered the chat. Welcome. Always fun to watch her play.
Yeah, I had a little bit.
A regular in Jamie's game here. Nice to see her take a seat and get mixed up here in this 4-card Limit Omaha game.
My exit.
Ace 9-5, couple hearts. Nice flop for Hayden, flopping top and bottom pair with the heart draw. Bit of an interesting hand because Julia has the ace of hearts in her hand.
Yeah, Hank is
Which could be very useful on heart runouts.
Yeah, Tom's mad at Jamie because Jamie said I couldn't bring.
Hayden's going to bet 200 into 290 with her 2 pair and a flush draw. Definitely don't hate that. And look at Julia taking it to the streets, raising it to 600. She's got top pair, 6 outs to top 2 pair with the king and queen, and she's got that very useful nut heart blocker.
When's your next show?
5 on the turn. Hayden fills up. Very good check back there by Julia. And another 5. Get out of town.
There's
quad 5s for Hayden.
People in town that book.
Of course, now an 8X or an Ace-X would kind of lose to any kind of pocket pair, which would make a full house. You must use 2 cards to make your best 5-card hand in Limit Omaha. Key distinction from those coming over from No Limit.
People have heard of those.
Nice hand.
You gotta tell me one day I'll come
And then I'll usually go on the road occasionally. But
I would have
So pocket 2s would beat Julia's hand if you're
because he wanted to play.
a Hold'em player watching, trying to get up to speed here.
I was like, I want to see it.
That one was above my pay grade. I don't know how was going on there.
The comedian, I'm like, he's a comedian?
Julia had a good bluff on the flop.
I did have a good bluff.
And then
I know.
The heart came, then I went. But then you're not.
I'm sorry.
Do you want to in now? We're in the middle of it. Do you want to wait this?
She's not doing it.
I mean, she's only
Like half the table.
Oh yeah.
You want to wait till next?
I'll have to. So you're gonna see it?
Yeah.
Should only be a few more hands.
Only 2 people got it. He I don't think he understood.
Only me.
Oh, my bad.
Only 2 people got it.
3.
Oh, 3.
Oh,
4. Oh, wait, no, I got it.
4 out of the 4 to the 8.
Never mind. I forgot I had
Yeah,
it.
she's smarter than that.
Seth, you don't have a button yet?
No.
Oh.
Can you believe it?
I can't.
So put
She's
him
trying
on
to
front so we
donate
can
half
see
the
it,
stack
guys.
right now. Okay, yeah.
All right, here's my button.
Put him out front.
Here's my button.
I can't tell if he's trolling or not.
Hopefully the cards
It's like a really great troll, but I just can't.
Maybe you can bring some luck in here. I guess that's what I've been getting. Padoogies all night. Padoogies.
Battle of the buttons.
You want some champagne? Yeah? What do you like? Huh? Wow. Lucky you.
Roll. I think next month all the girls are in for sure. Parents are she's in.
Oh, okay.
Going to be in for sure.
Reasonable.
Reasonable.
Almost 3 pairs.
Oh, you know, a floor woman I know out in Rosamond says she wants to play. She says she loves PLO.
Are you going tonight?
Hmm?
Are you going to?
So I was
I
meant to
don't
be,
know.
Tony. You
I'm
asked if
pretty
I had a
tired. I'm
button.
probably not going to.
Sorry?
You asked if I had a button?
Marina.
It's like you summoned it. Thank you.
Like,
I tried, buddy. I tried to give you the ace queen 9-8 double.
Tonight? Yeah.
oh, yeah.
Were you talking about tonight or next month?
Tony, have you played a lot of 5-card?
Oh, I'm going to see Stephanie and Kim.
I've messed around a little bit, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to play, they just going to play this month.
Oh, this game?
I mean, this game, yeah.
Yeah, this game next month. She was talking about both.
Okay. Am I coming next month?
I know, that's what Hayden wants to know.
No,
If you would like to.
I'd love to.
The first
Not if you keep bluffing Julia like that.
But you got to stop talking so much at the table.
I don't know. Was that a bluff, you think? Because actually,
No, I don't think it was.
She had a
But
five.
Timing girl.
I guess.
So
I guess that makes
he
sense.
mainly has like 9-9
running
in
hot
that
now.
situation.
No, I re-raised.
But also she could just
Oh,
have a bigger,
I didn't see
like I don't have ace king, so I didn't even
I
have
didn't see the white
a
chip.
pocket pair. So maybe she thinks
Yeah, I just
like,
saw the-
if I don't have aces, which I probably don't, since I didn't bet the turn.
Feels like you check back the turn a lot though with aces, right? I mean,
Big spider for Seth waking up with aces. 3 bets to 150.
Look back at
yeah. Luckily, we get to see.
Yeah.
Jamie opened with a king 6-3
Pressure I'm up against over here.
from early position. Speaking of solvers, a solver would probably stay at a fold, a king 6-3, 6 high hearts, from under the gun early position. But obviously these games all play very different, which might seem weird to people because, ace, king, basically kings are like a very wide range. Like, there's a huge difference between, really bad kings and really good kings.
No? Yeah. Well, Connie said she had a 5.
Connie said she had aces earlier.
And obviously ace, king is powerhouse, really strong hand, especially the shorter stacked you are. Look at Seth flopping the nuts here. Ace, 9, 4, a couple diamonds. He's got the ace of diamonds as well. Connie with king, jack, 10 with 3 diamonds. Might be tough for her to get away from this, given her stack size and the size of the pot already. She does have some sneaky backdoors with the jack, 10, 9. An 8 or queen would make her open-ender.
They are.
As well as some additional cards that can give her gut shots. And on cue, she turns the flush.
But it's not over.
It is not over. Seth can draw to a full house here. We shall see. 1,800 in the middle.
When I first started doing gels, it strengthened the nail because it protected it. But
Seth,
the way they
that calls it off.
strips
Can't you just do regular?
regular
Like a regular manicure?
like regular nail polish, you mean? It comes off within like a day. It starts to chip.
I have a hope with a prayer kicker.
That's what I love about
I have a good
gel.
hand. Flushes ahead.
It stays so beautifully.
You're ahead with your flush.
But I think I might and just do it myself and then
Straight flush. How about that? Wow.
7 hours.
Almost straight flush. Well, with all my cards on.
You did have a straight flush. You did have a straight flush. You have jack 10.
Hello?
330, 340.
She goes, look, it almost had a straight
almost
flush.
straight flush. Almost. And that's what I mean. Actually,
Exactly,
you didn't have to do the
exactly.
That would have been sicker if you did have the
Nice,
flush.
man.
Oh my gosh.
But I didn't have no more money to, I was already all in.
Well, we
Tough
gotta-
stuff there for Seth. Even had a diamond blocker in his hand. She had 3 diamonds, and that's poker. Instantly peels
13
off.
diamonds in the deck. 13 diamonds in the
Something like that. Yeah, I think that's right. So there was some more diamonds to be had. And of course, it goes runner, diamond. Straight flush. What a hand there for Connie.
Oh, there's an old school legend we haven't shouted out yet. That was in the PLO Noah Mysteries. Juan Lee.
Juan Lee. Oh, you know what? The last name threw me off. If you just would have said Juan, if you just would have said Juan, I'm like, oh yeah, of course. Oh man, yeah, good old Juan. I had a couple gold coins from Juan in my safety deposit box here when he got a little low on chips.
Wow.
I think I still have an American Eagle from Juan.
Oh, wow.
Now it's a piece of lore for me, but yeah, he was truly a special character, man. It was I played a lot with him over the years and turned a bit dire there towards the end. It was really hard seeing him kind of struggle with his health issues that he had, but he was a really unique person and definitely a first ballot Hall of Famer here at the Commerce. He played massive games and was a true character, that's for sure. He was a special cat, that's for sure. R.I.P. Juan, one of the legends.
Industry, this game will kill a lot of people if you don't keep it under control.
Yeah, he was quite a player. He definitely could be a little gruff at times, but to me, I kind of ended up growing on me over the years, kind of getting to know his personality. And, you know, when you play 80 hours of poker a week, I don't blame him not always having the sunniest of dispositions. But he was an awesome guy, man. I loved Juan.
Every hand is a cracking hand for you.
I remember, well, let's talk to his hand first. Hayden with the aces.
Easily
3-betting to 520 here. Revivo with a nice hand. Ace, king, jack, jack.
In 2 languages, I would have cussed you out.
Obviously, when you get 3-bet, you'd prefer not to have an ace in your hand because obviously your opponents are likely going to be, 3-betting you with like an ace, ace-x hand. So you'd rather have 4 non-ace-x cards in your hand.
Hayden.
Which goes to Ryan.
And you don't want to have a pocket pair in your hand, which Revivo has.
Yeah,
you don't want to have a lower pocket pair versus a higher pocket pair.
Oh, you got it.
But
I'm just ready for a shop.
Oh man. Since you're cheering for Hayden,
He would probably, she would.
as I kind of jokingly say, you kind of rather have a worse hand, so to speak, whenever you're up against a tight 3-betting range
You're selfless.
versus like a pretty good hand that's dominated like he has, which might seem counterintuitive, but that's definitely the case.
I hate picking sides though.
Checks through, pairing 6 on the turn. Great turn there for Hayden's aces. And Revivo's leading really small here, betting 360. This is definitely a flopping board that more favors the opener and caller of the 3-bet than the 3-better, which is often going to have ace ace, or ace king king x. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, call. 360. Right.
What Revivo's plan is here. We shall see. Does a tiny bet on the turn, gets called, which aces are pretty much always going to call with that pairing 6, especially for that, turn size.
Pot, whatever.
All right. Well, you know what? Now he's taking to the streets and just really putting pressure on aces here. But now the board's double paired, which kind of makes it less likely somebody has a boat when it's double paired. But it's still kind of tough to go up down a call here with aces, just because you don't typically see people turning like jacks into a bluff like this, which is actually pretty great play by Revivo. I really didn't like the turn bet because I thought he was maybe going to check the river or whatever. But now that I know he was prepared to unload the clip on rivers and really put the pressure on aces, I actually like this play. He's really putting Hayden in a tough spot here.
You're stuck?
Whatever the pot is.
Oh, okay.
What's the pot?
It's like 17.
It's like right around 18.
You want to know what I have, you're saying?
Yeah, it's like exactly.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah, about 18.
Not an easy call.
18.
Not at all.
Hitting him as a 7, which is not irrelevant.
Definitely useful. That's why it's not a great flop for aces, but given she had the ace of diamonds and the 7, I think I would still probably bet flop here, especially just in heads up pot with those useful blockers.
No.
I don't blame her for. That's just a spot you don't see. That's a really under bluff spot. Like you're not going to see people turn like jacks or queens or kings into a bluff.
Like my little cookie.
There, that was like a graduate level play there by Revivo that I don't expect Hayden for not expecting to see that.
Yeah, I was in that era. I'd heavily played like limit up to 400, 800, and then when I was playing PLO and no limit, I think in PLO there was like a really big pot. Benny, you remember Benny?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Korean guy.
Yeah.
Is he Korean?
Man, I'm a white dude from Kansas. You know that better than me, dude.
Well, Danny.
He was like in his 30s. He was like in his 30s or something.
Yeah.
Benny? Yeah. Exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about. I think he's from Canada, maybe.
He's from Canada.
Yeah. We're on that same person. Yeah.
So I think he bluffed big, and I took a really long time and called.
This is in the limit game or something?
No, this is the PLO.
Okay.
Yeah. And I only had top and bottom. And obviously, Benny's an advanced player, so I knew he was capable of bluffing.
Sure.
So I was correct. And Juan Lee was there, and he was like, "You trying to bluff a limit player? You fucking stupid?"
That's a classic. That's Juan. That's why I loved Juan. He would roast people. He would talk crap. Like Juan was a lot of fun, and he obviously would gamble huge, and he played literally 20. I mean, he would play nonstop. I mean,
game selected a lot harder at the end, but there were eras where he was just loaded with pink chips.
I play with the board.
Now.
Yeah, the stories about Juan are
Every time I bluff catch, like, they always have it.
long and deep.
Really, you would call pocket aces with $1,800?
I would have 100% with you.
With what?
I've done it before on the last time we played together.
So towards the end, he had cancer. Didn't have much to his name.
And I think he lived at the Commerce, maybe.
Yeah,
So like he would often, I would just see him sitting at empty tables, and yeah, it was a tough transition to see. But he definitely had his day in the sun, and he he definitely lived it, man. He lived. He went for it. He had a lot of incredible experiences here in this card room, that's for sure. Not many more kind of soared to higher highs and kind of had the more of the ups and downs than that cat, for sure. You can't tell the story of Commerce high stakes poker without Juan. That's for sure. He's definitely has a few chapters with his name on it, no doubt.
A little sad at the end, like he, when he was diagnosed with cancer, he called his mom, and then he told her, and she's like, "Why are you telling me?"
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's tough.
I mean, obviously, like strained relations. I had strained relations with my family.
Your parents aren't often thrilled when you become a professional poker player, especially if you go to college and they maybe see a different future for you, which is understandable.
A couple people outside.
It's a risky path to take.
Very successful parents. They're just like, been there.
Tony flopping a set of sevens here in this King Queen 7 rainbow flop. Carly with top 2. This could get interesting here. Marina leading out with top and bottom, yeah.
What's going on? He folds the turn?
It's over.
Oh, man. I obviously don't blame him for the fold.
So I guess Carly raised and then Tony folded, I'm guessing. The graphics are on a lag.
Yeah.
Looks like. So, yeah, I mean, what goes bet, raising the flop, like pocket sevens are going to not be in great shape a lot of times there. So I definitely don't don't fault him for folding. That's pretty much the only hand you can beat would be like a king-queen raising there. But often king-queen could have king-queen with 10-jack to go with it or, whatever else. So it's just it's not an overwhelming spot with bottom set there. So
I was trying to be nice.
And that's the rough thing with playing those like medium or God forbid lower cards is like when you flop a set, you're like, do I stack off here?
Yeah, I definitely don't fault the fold there with the bet and the raise, and
maybe
there's not like a ton of massive bluff raising post flop here.
No.
So given the way the game plays and this kind of population plays, it's not an unreasonable fold there for Tony.
Maybe.
Just ran into the worst hand he's going to see given the action, I would say.
I think it's a 30-minute
or whatever. 30 minutes. If I want to know if he bluffed me 30 minutes ago, I can check my phone.
You could. Yes, you could.
Get it out of the locker.
Interesting.
Danny Wong's still around. I saw him.
Yeah.
Weeks ago.
I play with Danny a fair amount as well. He plays in the 10, 20, 40 plus PLO game that I'm in. So, yeah, definitely see he's still around playing. And
he won the lottery, right?
Great player. Yeah, it's like hilarious.
How to play you, Julia?
I saw him in the news. I'm like, oh, my God, how good can you run?
Yes, I mean.
I did ask.
I doubt I would
So fold to you too?
check repot without top set. I can't see myself.
Yep, Danny's still out winning the lottery. I think he recently won like a big Venom or something. He won some big online tournament recently as well. And so, yeah, he's seeing the ball real well right now.
Soldier.
He's locked in, running well, playing well. Hadn't hit a red light in a couple weeks. Not too bad, you know what I'm saying?
I got a Danny Wong story.
But nice guy, great guy. Happy for all his success. He definitely earns it, and well-deservingly so. So props to DW.
Have a party without me?
I got FOMO, you know?
Huge hand here for Hayden. Ace, king, queen, 7, double high suited here.
So it was 2010, 11, or 12. I don't remember when.
Field.
You can't have a party without a DJ.
Danny thought queens and ace king were 50-50.
Okay.
And I said, no, it's 57-43.
Actually, come on. Players are in this
And he's like, no, it's 50-50.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm pretty sure it's 57-43.
Yeah.
And he's like, you want to bet? And he was like staring me. I'm like, oh, I mean, he's my friend too. So I'm just like, I don't like, even if I'm right, I don't really want to take his money. And I just went to the calculators and I showed him. He's like, oh shoot, you should have just bet me.
Oh, Danny.
Because he's so used to like hearing the tournament commentators. It's a coin flip.
Yeah, that's where I was wondering if that's where that was coming from. Yeah. Seth flopping a set of 5s here. That's his second pocket 5s. Finding another on the flop here for Seth. King 8-5 rainbow flop.
Yeah. Come on.
Tough spot for Hayden. This was a 3-bet hand pre-flop, memory serves. So definitely a pretty nice flop here. King 8-5 rainbow. You got.
You were here.
Oh, I wasn't here.
Top of the board here with the king in a re-raise pot. You don't necessarily think somebody's going to have pocket 8s or pocket 5s, but great fold there.
Yay.
Show it.
No. I'll show 2.
Don't show 2. You show 4.
No, you can show 2.
They always show the worst 2.
I was gonna pull 2 randomly.
Better than nothing.
I don't know what's under what.
Generally, you 3-bet ace, king, queen, 7, and comes, king 8-5 rainbow. That's going to be your pot a lot. So it's kind of a weird fold to see. But I think she just made a great read that, hey, this guy just put in $1,000 on the flop. He's, probably doesn't have king, queen, or something that I'm, crushing. Which was indeed a correct read by Hayden. So it's just got to be a really annoying fold for her to make in a 3-bet pot with, ace, king, queen, double, and comes king 8-5 rain, and somebody's blasting into over 1,000. It's supposed to be your hand, but I'd be curious to know what she was putting him on to fold. I wonder if she put him on a set of 8s or 5s or maybe king 8 or something. I'm not sure, but great fold though, as it turns out, results-wise.
It's a cash game.
Before you do it, ask me.
All right. Pick me, dealer.
I like doing that too.
Yeah.
Seth probably could have won a pretty big pot there had he checked to Hayden, because Hayden was the pre-flop 3-better, and if Hayden has a set of kings, you're not getting that to fold. So I feel like you might as well check your set of 5s there and kind of get that continuation bet from a 3-better, which is often going to c-bet a king high flop like that. But since he kind of blasted into Hayden, he kind of put her in a position to potentially get away from the hand like she did there.
Is that for me to look?
She's in position.
Oh. Hang on. Oh, my bad.
Okay.
Yay.
This button's costing me a lot so far.
I know. That's the best part about it.
I was going to call. Huh?
Gotcha.
10-8, 3, 2 spades, pairing 10 on the turn. Julia's pocket queens in the lead here. Goes check, check. Ace of hearts on the river here. Julia improves her hand to tens and aces. Nice result there for Julia, picking up another pot.
He didn't win.
On the turn?
Yeah.
He must? No,
He didn't win.
Oh,
Piece
she
of
won.
cheese.
2 more left?
Yeah.
Well, good no bluff. Then I had an ace, but
Who was it last time? The last two?
Julia?
oh yeah, fun time.
Good time. Good time.
Oh, with that nutcracker in the end, huh?
Exactly. You cracked him. No wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, you re-cracked
Oh,
me.
sorry. Oh, sorry.
You re-cracked my bottom 2 pair.
Isn't that the polite thing to say, sorry? Or should I just say sorry,
They
not
put this
sorry?
way
You know
too
what?
close
No, I like it.
Should it be like right here?
Well, but you're not sorry.
No, I'm
So
sorry.
just say not sorry.
I feel sorry for you. It's not that I'm sorry.
Oh, then that's when you say, I pity you.
I pity you. I pity the jewel.
Spot 70?
Yeah.
Marina waking up with a nice hand here. Ace, jack, jack, 8, double. I assume she came in and opened this, but looks like she's playing it as a limp. Oop, there it is. The raise filled in. I was hoping she came in and raised for that. I thought she would, so that makes a little more sense to me. She's going to make it 70 here. Tough timing for Marina, though. Jamie wakes up with the aces.
You went to the bathroom, like.
I really had to pee. I really had to pee.
Connie has an ace X as well. All the aces are
Oh, yeah, huh? You could have
accounted for at this point.
No, I had to beat 7 other players in that hand.
beat the other ones, yeah.
He probably lost $600 while she was in the restroom.
Battle of the boobs.
Marina calls the 3-bet with not a lot behind here. Hoping to flop some kind of flush draw or a piece here to go with.
My work.
King 7-4 rainbow. Yep, just an academic bet and get in here for Jamie. She's got the overpair aces, backdoor diamonds, and you know her opponent only has like half of a pot size bet or less left, so might as well just stick that in and hope to get called by any pair or whatever, or just get a fold. So that'll work for Jamie.
She only asked for 1 boob.
Yeah.
She needed 2.
I would have been happy with a nipple.
But no. Yeah. Now you have to take down.
Jamie's always got the cool hip kind of streetwear jackets. I think she usually has like some kind of like NASCAR looking kind of jacket. Looks like this is, I don't know if that's a Harley Davidson logo or what, but she's always rocking the on-trend style as Jamie.
Yeah, I believe she has a pho restaurant as well, maybe others.
Oh, okay, nice. We should give that a shout out at some point.
Entrepreneur.
Yeah. Does not surprise me.
I was like, come on in, Connie. Come in, Connie. Well, you knew what you had. Had one of your outs.
Had an ace?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, so she wasn't going to flop an ace. Hit an ace. I was like, yeah, please, you got
Black
king.
card. It was a red flop.
Huh? Oh, okay.
What?
Man, I wish I had
$10.
anything right now.
Yeah, we can't
yellow.
use the 5s, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Tony waking up with the goods. Ace, ace, king, deuce. Ace, high hearts. It's going to make it a $110 here.
Thank you. 110? Yes. I now have to cheer on Jamie here.
Yep.
And Marina. Go, Marina. Go, girls. Protection. Just go, girls. Get them.
Marina going to continue with the 7-6-6-4 single.
These are really cold in here.
It is especially cold
Yeah,
today.
yeah, super cold.
Going to be 4 ways to the flop here. Can Tony's aces hold here? We shall see. 470 in the middle. 4 ways to the flop.
It's freezing. It's cold.
Ace, king, 3. That's not a bad start for Tony.
You can turn it down just a little.
And no one has the queen jack 10.
Nobody has that. There's
Check. Yeah, they're
not much for people to continue with here. I mean, Connie maybe seems to have some kind of a hand here with second pair and a gut shot, but obviously up against Tony's hand, she's in very bad shape. But I can't see any other hand that could potentially even call here, although that changes a bit now in this 8 turn.
You ask them through the microphone.
Jamie making a set of 8s.
Damn.
Of course, then it'll get hot.
Tony's low play working out perfectly here as that 2-out shout rattles off for Jamie. Of course, 2-out shout for her to be in bad shape, not a 2-outer for her to overtake the hand. Just to.
Oh, Tony just called Connie's bet.
Or just raise the temperatures, probably like.
But Connie's betting a $110 here on the
Oh,
turn.
no, Tony is raising.
He's gonna make it 400 here. This puts Jamie in an interesting spot to set 8s here. Given Tony 3-bet pre-flop, it checked through on a really dry ace-high board like this. Now there's a bet and he's raising. This is like never a bluff from Tony's spot, and it's kind of a transparent aces now as you see the action play out. And that's a great fold there by Jamie, kind of piecing that together.
He bet 400.
4?
And Marina protected with equity.
But then that's what
Marina does have some spades here. Of course, it cannot be a pairing spade, as that'll make Tony a full house. Connie just drawn to a non-spade 10 here. It's be a pretty tough proposition for Connie to continue. Hopefully she can find the fold here. She's in a very bad way. Need a way better hand to continue here.
The landlord turns up the heat.
Everyone needs a shot. Everyone, would you like a drink?
Yeah, I want a drink.
That'll warm me up too.
I want a drink.
Okay.
Look at that.
What a fold, right?
Put a 10. Put a 10.
I put them on either aces or tens. I did.
And Jamie had it read perfectly.
You had 8s?
At 8s.
Yeah.
And I just
Any spade.
10s.
I don't know why. I just said she had either aces or kings.
Spades.
But what do you need the 10 for?
Spades. She has spades.
Can she find a spade on the river? It is a 7 of hearts. Tough
That's not very nice.
stuff there for Marina, but I'm sure she might give it another shot here.
Lucky flop.
Women's intuition.
Yeah.
She wasn't interested. You know,
In my mind, I just kept looking at him. I was like, he got aces or kings for sure.
I had both.
I just push these along.
Yeah.
No luck.
Oh.
See, you knew Jamie folded that.
Jamie,
Jamie was
Jamie, pass it on.
Distribute.
What's that? Oh.
They for each player it is 50, right?
This is mine?
Yeah.
Take 50, pass it on.
Take one and pass.
You don't trust me?
Take one
I'll handle this.
Wow.
I'll handle this, Tony.
I really thought we were friends, but now I'm questioning it.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
It's the beanie. Makes
Red's
you,
back, guys.
So, I didn't even get one.
It's the beanie makes him look this on.
Oh. So let's take a little break from the game because I'm going to have to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
You wanted him to have my hand. He should sit.
Yeah.
Anybody you, I guess.
Anybody else?
Grateful. Very good. Very good.
I would have probably called.
Also, it would have been tougher if she just didn't lead.
Yeah.
Like, if I just bet myself, then it would be tough.
Yeah. For sure, man.
That's true.
Yeah, Connie leading there definitely kind of
Even before my 8 came out, that
made it a little easier for Jamie to get away from the hand. If Connie didn't lead there, Tony's betting, and then perhaps, I'm sure Jamie would have just probably flatted, obviously, and then would have played out a little differently, but I don't think Jamie's playing for stacks on a lot of rivers either. So, but yeah, she's saved
You're not hitting
a bet, I would think,
easy when you are hitting
the way it turned out.
Yeah. True.
When you just get there.
Tony with aces again. Ace, ace, 3, deuce, ace high clubs.
It's just as easy to make a hand as it is to not, It's like either are possible.
Rena, you want a drink too? It'll warm you up.
One what?
Either that or we can cuddle.
Okay.
Thanks for inviting me.
Oh, you're welcome. When do you make it?
Okay.
Maybe.
If I take one shot of vodka before warm up.
I need to meet you. Or what did we have at your house? Bloody Mary?
Michelada.
But I don't think they'll make them the same.
No, definitely.
4 ways to the flop here. 110.
Good michelada.
3-bet from Tony with the aces, and that's not right. You rate 3-bet aces back-to-back hands, and you flop top set in both of them. How you living, Tony? He's even got a gut shot to go with it for good measure.
But Connie's got the highest equity here with the inside wrap.
I mean, that's pretty incredible. I mean,
and
look
it's flush draw too.
Unbelievable. What a matchup here.
With that enchiladas. Oh, that's smart.
Very good. And I do it with vodka too, not beer.
Oh, so you just do tomato juice, vodka, and then the lemon?
With the tahini on the rim.
The tahini is key.
Oh.
Yeah.
So good.
Wow.
Connie leads out.
What about any kind of spice?
Typically not a flop you're going to want to attack and do a pre-flop 3-better on an ace-high flop, but she does have a ton of equity
So you're probably more like
with her hand.
but with tahini.
Yeah. Well, the michelada is a little different.
Whoa, she gonna? Oh.
I hate tomatoes. Man, I wish I did.
Of course, it could be a lot dicier of a proposition if, Tony or somebody else has higher hearts. Her, hearts happen to be live here, but oftentimes in a multi-way pot, an 8-high flush draw is not going to be live, which kind of reduces her hand to just a straight draw, vulnerable to higher flushes. But thankfully for her sake, all of her outs are
The ace is not a heart, so that's something
live here. That is absolutely true.
Jamie, are you done with your OJ?
She's going to continue to Tony's raise here.
A little bit of it, yeah.
That increases her outs.
Picks up some more equity there with that 4 diamonds on the turn. Picks up some additional straight cards.
Are you not drinking today?
Can you believe it's 50-50?
Pretty wild. Sometimes I don't know how much to trust these percentages because I don't know if it's just they're factoring in like scene cards that are mucked or whatever, so it seems like a little wonky. Because I'm not exactly sure what goes into the percentages being tabulated. Maybe you can clear me up on that. But
Kind of straight.
she bricks that first one.
Fucking bitch.
Grab, flush draw.
Sick.
Nothing you can do. Especially in
Like, I don't know if those percentages bake in. Like, if other people have hearts, do they discount that from the equity? Or, I'm not sure how that works into the software or not. But
trying to give you more house.
Just aces again.
Top set again.
Someone check his beanie for aces. It's like the 4th or 5th set he had.
Oh, we played it. Oh, Jamie. Nice.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there.
I'm worried about if I need it.
I play them too.
I won't have it.
I said I play them too.
I said I'm worried if I need it, I won't have it. I think she's gonna try to do something.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're getting cash?
Yeah, can I,
I got two K chips in my pocket if you want.
you got what?
2,000 in my pocket?
Yeah, just 1,000.
Okay.
Because I have, let me send it on your.
my turn. Like,
Only because I got to check my.
170?
Is it 150?
Yeah, 150.
I'm stuck. Yeah, I would do, but I won't.
I haven't even looked at my hand yet. I might want it to.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah. So
You can make it. I'll give you that
I
option.
could send you.
Oh, never mind. We have an interloper.
I have I just.
full. Okay.
All right.
Okay, 150.
Me and the best players at the table.
Mm-hmm.
4, 1 call.
Tony raising with the ace, king, queen, 9. King high spades. Julia with a spicy 3-bet here with the ace, queen, 3 deuce.
I had more than enough.
Queen high spades.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. I mean,
Very fair.
If you're going to be doing a 3-bet bluff pre-flop and PLO, it's definitely advisable to have at least an ace X in your hand. So nice to have an ace in your hand, blocking, somebody having aces, and your little can rep aces as well. So it's definitely Good to be 3-betting with an ace in your hand, as Julia is doing. I'd like a little bit stronger of a hand here, but definitely nothing wrong with pushing the action as she is here. Big turn for Tony. Got aces and kings here. Top 2 pair. Hayden with the wrap. 10-8, 7-6. She's all wrapped around that 9-7.
Ooh.
Of course, straight draw is a little complicated on flush draw boards. 2 diamonds out there. Tony does have the ace of diamonds as well.
I think it's just call, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's bet call from Hayden. Yeah, I mean, Julia did 3-bet pre-flop, which could include pocket kings, but given the check through on the flop, you can pretty much eliminate that from Julia's range.
I never noticed.
She could have ace-ace, but of course, obviously, you have an ace, now an ace comes in the turn, so now
Tony's
you're
got lift off,
putting her down to 2 case aces. So yeah, he's just putting it in here, and I guess hoping to get called by worse, which is going to work out because he does get called by a drawing hand, although it's going to have a fair amount of equity against him, but.
How much is that?
Yeah. Depends how many champagnes we've had.
Yeah. So I need to put in.
Hayden can win with a 7 as well. It would make Hayden trips.
Call. Oh, wait. What did you say this was?
16.
Oh, I thought you said 6. Okay, my bad.
Does Hayden want to call off her stack here with the draw? Got a huge straight draw and a pair of 7s for good measure here. She may not, probably doesn't assume a 7 is an out. It ends up being an out in this instance, but often you're going to be up against a set here given the action. Of course, you know, straight draws are not as potent on boards that contain a flush draw as well, because obviously you can make a straight that makes your opponent a flush. So you don't have as many clean outs as on a board without a flush draw, but she still has a pretty big hand and
I have top 2.
Correctly goes with it here.
I missed.
6, 7.
Tony probably doesn't love seeing that diamond on the end, but
yeah,
he will happily rake in yet another pot.
That's a not hitting.
Yeah.
3-bet aces back to back. Got top set. Now he's got an ace-king hand that he raises and in a raise pot. And got top 2 and wins another big pot. Tony is running well, playing well. Nothing wrong with that. I think he bought in for $5K, up 4,100 now it looks like. Tony, Revivo, Seth, and Jamie all in the winner's circle here. Up 800 to about 3K respectively, it looks like, according to the leaderboard here on Bally Live Poker. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. Thanks for tuning in to this 10-20 Limit Omaha game, Jamie's edition style. Always nice to have Jamie and her crew in the mix. Of course, I've got Wayne alongside with me as well here today, sharing some poker lore stories here from the Commerce. Always nice to be in the booth with Wayne. It's always nice to be in the booth here at the Commerce, where it all started for me, where I first started playing Limit Omaha a handful of years ago. It's the great game of PLO. Awesome to be able to commentate it here on the stream at Bally Live Poker here at the Commerce.
Did you play with Barry Greenstein?
You know what? I saw Barry a lot here over the years when I was playing, but he was never really in the PLO game. He was always in like a limit game or something, but I would always see him walking around.
He did both.
Yeah, he was around often.
Oh, you know what old school guy was in the PLO streets? Freddie Deep.
Oh yeah, yeah, dude. I love Freddie. Freddie's a character and a half, man. He's a fun guy. Yeah, I definitely remember playing with Freddie. I know Ted Forrest sat a few times when I would play in the big PLO game. But yeah, it's definitely a real treat because all these guys, I watch on high stakes poker as a poker youth, and it's definitely an interesting moment when you kind of rise up the ranks and you end up playing at the table with these guys that you kind of glamorized on the TV when you're kind of growing up in poker. So it's definitely a cool moment to have as a player.
Have you played with Sammy Farha?
I think I have, but I think it might have been like a World Series tournament or something. I'm not sure if I ever played with him here.
I played with him in the 10K 08, and his hand selection was fairly loose.
Yeah, definitely kind of on the topic of playing with people that you kind of glamorized, seeing on TV playing tournaments. Sometimes you'll learn that,
at least we can take something.
maybe I don't mind them being in this game for certain people, certain, quote-unquote TV famous pros.
There's nowhere to go.
Which sounds like a bit of a shot, but a lot of times it's not, because a lot of these people play mixed games. They play a lot of their stuff. So, you're only playing one game and they're coming in, playing your PLO game or whatever, and you might think, oh, this guy's not that good or whatever. So, well, yeah, he plays horse, he plays tons of stuff. So it's like, he's not like a specialist. So
that's the streets I'm in now. I just play everything. And it's like,
yeah,
like when I go back to No Limit, like people get shocked. They're like, whoa, I'm like, I have 3 million hands online. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Looks like board ran out hearts here, but nobody with the flush. Action on Hayden. Does have a heart in her hand. Does have a heart blocker. I'm guessing she's trying to fold out straights or better 2 pairs, which definitely may end up working here. Kind of a bit of a sophisticated play here by Hayden, but I like it. Don't fault Revivo for folding, and you just got to tip your cap to Hayden there for turning
It was the bluff.
kind of a made hand into a bluff there.
Okay, yeah, let me see if they'll do that. Let me see if they'll do it for me, okay?
How personal do you think PLO gets
Okay.
with these bluffs?
I don't think it gets too I feel like No Limit just seems like so much more of a personal game than PLO for whatever reason. I always kind of feel douchey, like tabling a bluff and showing it, and like in somebody's face or whatever. But the other day I was playing with a guy, and that guy did a bluff on the river, and he was like, "You better show me if you're bluffing." So I was like, "All right." So I showed it. Shout out to Poker Daddy, who I had like a river bluff with the other day where he tanked forever, and he was like, "If this is a bluff, you better show it." So in instances like that, I'll show a bluff, but typically I don't show bluffs. But obviously Hayden showing a bluff. I mean, it's a stream, so a lot of it's you're trying to have fun and stand-up game and stuff. So it's
I don't see any stand-up chips, but or Nick game.
Maybe.
So these streams are about fun and kind of provoking a dynamic and a vibe. So I like that Hayden showed the bluff there. It's good, good for the game.
Bluffed, been asked to show the bluff and not shown the bluff?
It's a good question. I'm not sure.
I think I have a couple times.
I think usually when somebody says show the bluff and I am bluffing, I often like to show it because, like I said, I'm usually not showing it if unprovoked. So I'm like, all right, if I don't do it here, then when am I ever going to table it, I guess?
Well, the times I opt not to show is, you understand the rhythm of the flow, and then you show the bluff, and it's going to get mixed up,
Sure, yeah.
Having some veggies?
10-8-8, a couple of hearts. 3 ways to the flop, nobody.
It's Papa. Yeah.
Obviously.
Flopping an 8X here, checks through. Jamie does have a nice hand here with king high hearts. But everybody's kind of has a middling strength hand here in this hand 40 here, this 10-20 PLO game. Jamie's going to take the betting lead here on the turn after it checks through. Don't blame her for that.
I don't know, dude.
Hoping to just pick up the pot with ace high, but she got called here by Carly with the open ender. She's got some useful straight blockers on certain runouts as well. Of course, she's got the inferior hearts as well. Kind of covered by Jamie's king jack of hearts. It was an offsuit 6 on the end. Very useful straight blockers here for Carly. Of course, her pocket nines end up being good here in this instance, but
On the table. You don't want action then, right?
wish I could show something cool. Like
And the straight blockers aren't as useful on a paired board, but the smaller the pot is, the more widely people can value bet straights and stuff. It could be useful to have pocket nines there.
I do something cool. I just usually like get stacked or something.
I know,
like
the
that.
first stand-up game, like, at my check raise, I was like, well,
another person.
maybe stop trying to
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. I'm it.
There goes $300.
The cool things just look really stupid if they don't work. You just have to be willing to be stupid.
There's logic, but
Yeah.
what can you do?
Yeah, but if they call, it was
If
terrible.
you call, you're, yeah. If they fold, you're a genius.
Yeah. And if they call, what were you doing?
Yeah.
To be fair.
Yes.
What else do you have to go on?
It was funny, like the first time playing on Hustler and hearing my non-poker friends have analyzed hands. They're like, I think you could have found the fold there. I'm like, I'm not folding a boat. I'm sorry, I don't know how many times I've been playing this.
Yeah, I'm waiting for someone to.
They can see the cards.
I know, they're like,
I just, you should have known.
5:30.
It seems
Marina waking up with a huge hand, double suited aces. This is what you drive the casino for here. Let's see if she can get rewarded.
strong.
Had a tough luck on her first shell, rebought, and let's see if she can run it up now. She's in a great spot to do so here with this double suited aces hand. And Revivo opened the pot here with the Queen Jack, Jack 7 tri-suited.
Bet times 3.
One of the first like deep tournament runs I ever went on. My mom was like following it, and she like read in the blog. She's like,
Again, you do not want to have a pocket pair in your hand.
2 players left.
When you get 3-bet, you'd prefer to have 4 unpaired cards. It gives you a better chance. You have more equity against aces with 4 random unpaired cards than you do versus a lower pocket pair.
I lost the flip and I was out. She's like, don't you?
And obviously, 3 of a suit is worse than 2 of a suit, so a lot of kind of characteristics of Revivo's hand are working against him here.
such a disappointment.
I could imagine, though, how it looks to someone that maybe's only played poker in a friendly.
Much rather have Queen Jack 9 7 than Queen Jack Jack 7.
What about
They're not realizing
King Queen Jack 8?
all the power of the queen.
You would definitely much rather have that. You would definitely much rather have that. Shout out to Ryan Fee. That's his favorite Limit Omaha hand, the King Queen Jack 8. Which I now have to screenshot and send to Wayne when I get it dealt to me in a cash game.
Send to him. Don't send to me.
I don't even know if it'll get to him. He's like probably in like Costa Rica or some tropical part of the world, or I don't even know if my messages would get to him. I'm not sure if that's how cell technology works, but yeah, he's
on Telegram.
He's all over the place. Yeah, I'm being a goof. I could get a hold of him pretty easily, but yeah, I'll have to mention that to him. I haven't talked to him about that yet.
Off, right?
I think he was in like Costa Rica or somewhere. I talked to him maybe like a month ago.
The thing is, like, once you know, you can't unsee it.
I know. I always think of him now when I get that for sure.
She has queen
marketing.
Turns an ace, so we end up chopping.
One of the founders of Upswing Poker, one of the many very useful poker strategy websites out there. A lot of ways to learn as a poker player, whether you're learning PLO or no limit or mixed games. There's a lot of great places to learn if you're willing to do so.
All right, well, you know, there's a big upswing project that's going to be announced. I don't know when, but it's going to break the poker internet.
Wow. Look forward to hearing that. Of course, Upswing.
It doesn't involve Ryan Fee.
It does not. Perhaps it involves Doug Polk, maybe. We shall see.
I can't say. I'm sworn to.
He's sworn to secrecy. Wayne signed an NDA with Upswing Poker on this project. He's not going to reveal it, but stay tuned. Tony getting aces again. Double suited aces. Ace, Jack 4. Man, what a run Tony's on here.
I'm not quite sure.
But if you follow me on social media, listen to my podcasts, read my interviews,
yourselves at work the next day.
I sneak in some stuff in there.
Wayne leaves some crumbs behind for those that are hungry. What a flop here for Tony.
Poker,
Flops the nut flush draw. He's even got backdoor nut diamonds to boot.
Everybody so emotional.
I'm ready right now.
This might be tricky for Hayden. Got the nut gut shot.
Yeah, it'll be 1,000.
Queen high spades as well, but bested by Tony's higher spades.
Right there.
But yeah,
nothing like losing.
I think
nothing like losing $200.
So personally attached.
Continues to check down here, a bit surprising.
Interesting.
Given Tony's holding. I thought he just might
I definitely
bet here, given the nut flush draw. Now he's got the double flush draw, though. Very straightening board, so it's a little complicated for sure. It does have a jack to block the jack 10 straight.
Just their hand, you know, maybe just
Tony's going to hate to see Hayden's hand because he could have got some value from lower spades and
think that anyway.
the straight draw she had. But
just think that they can run me over. When really
where's the rest of the pot?
Pretty carefully there, right? Yeah, he must have felt sick to see what Hayden had because he definitely could have got called by worse there.
When I was first, like, it was literally the very first.
What is it?
Thank you.
Poker tournament I played in, and like I was confused. I didn't know what hand I had, so it took forever to call. And this guy's like, "You slow rolled me." I'm like,
what is that?
I had no idea. And I was like, I didn't know he was so mad.
Yeah.
I was complaining to everyone.
I've had that too.
Okay.
Oh, race. Oh, that's a good idea. I could use some.
Where did you learn to play, Julia? Like,
Hayden opening the pot here at the 10-9-9-7 single high here.
It's 904-770-6.
Single high suited with 10 high hearts.
I feel like LA is like
600 on
more intimidating.
Seth with a really nice hand here. Queen Jack 10-8 high suited.
Maybe. I learned
Great playability here for Seth with the Queen Jack 10-8.
Like found out one game and then got invited to
Lots of board coverage with the hand like that.
I asked a lot of advice and read a lot, but I lost. I mean, I'm just always lost, you know. So.
All right, she's in.
It definitely was.
And look at Seth finding the 3-bet with the Queen Jack 10-8. We love to see it.
Yeah. I got lucky because, like, starting in Colorado, generally, you know, half the people are high at the table and just feeling chill. And then it was a $100 spread back then.
Right.
So the exposure was low.
Yeah.
It was very, it was like no limit that turned into limit really fast, like halfway through the hand almost, most of the time.
Yeah. I have heard about that.
I'm glad that I started that way.
Yeah.
Do you still play there?
Not that often because I don't live that close. It's like a 6.5-hour drive.
Oh, yeah.
It's just smarter just to fly out here and see my brother.
Hello.
Seth squeezing the rundown.
Yeah, I was happy to see him do that.
All right.
He's dominating the other rundowns.
Absolutely. And Marina calls with the Jack 7-5.
Yeah.
Puts in about a third of her stack pre-flop at the holding. It's not advisable to those watching at home wanting to maybe know what makes money in playing in tough live games. It's probably something you want to avoid. But look at the flop she gets here. 6-4-3. She flops the nuts.
5-10 runs sometimes.
A well-timed call here for Marina results-wise as it turns out here. She's got the nuts.
It's a nice area.
And a 4-way pot. Great spot for her to over-double here.
Just at the Overlook Hotel.
Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of like that.
Oh, jeez. God. It's only half the pot. My God. It's such an awesome hand.
Nice result there for Marina. Jacks ended up being the best kind of quote-unquote made hand pre-flop, although, you know, oftentimes when
who hates jacks? Jacks are so good.
3-bet pot, often somebody's going to have aces or kings, and your jacks are going to be in a tough way, but
you're probably still calling it.
Her side cards came in and flopping the nuts here with the 7-5 on that 6-4-3. Nice takedown there for Marina.
Shout out to side cards.
Shout out to side cards.
I thought I flopped it straight up first.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably 5-6.
What was the flop? 3-4-6? No.
Yeah, open-ended. No, I didn't have open-ended. It was a good shot.
What was the flop?
You know, it's always kind of try to like balance out the commentary because obviously I know people that are watching want to get better and want to learn how to play in games. So I try to give like what's good advice on pre-flop strategy for what to do, but I also realize that when we're playing on these streams, we're not wanting everybody to just play super solid and tight and stuff like that. So it's like sometimes I feel like a little unfair for me to say, oh, you should probably fold this pre-flop. That's why I always try to have the caveat of, like, if you're playing in tough casino games, you probably shouldn't continue with a hand like this, while also acknowledging that, hey, we're playing on a stream. People are going to be playing looser. It's, trying to be an environment about having fun and kind of action and building pots versus, playing quote-unquote fundamentally sound. So it's kind of a push-pull dynamic there.
That's why they come on the stream, too.
Exactly.
Pretty light.
Okay.
So they can get out of their system. Play a little post-flop,
No doubt.
70?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. If I call.
The worse my hand is, the less I want to show it on that.
So whenever they say, Tony, it's because it's like...
It's a piece of cheese.
It's like 3385.
Yeah, well, that'd be decent here.
Well, that'd be good here.
7-3-3 rainbow checks through 2 diamonds on the turn, bringing a diamond draw. Tony does have the king high diamonds. Seth leading out here on a total lark here at the king, queen, 10-9, 3 hearts. I like the propensity to be aggressive and gamble, but it's pretty tough betting into, 3 or 4 people post-flop with a hand this week, especially, more importantly, not even having anything to kind of connect with or block the board as well. It's just often going to not work out to your favor, kind of trying to bluff hands like this. If you're going to, turn your bluffs into hands when you have a blocker of some kind or some kind of gut shot equity to the nuts.
I feel like it's a little bit warmer.
You want to try to avoid kind of just blasting away with hands like this that have like no prospects at all, no blocker value at all. You want to have at least a little something going on. Tony finding that flush on the river here. He had king 8 of diamonds. Looks like he's betting 600 into 950 here when check 2. And Seth realizes good time to wave the white flag. Took a shot at it on the turn there. Took a shot at the pot.
You own restaurant.
I'm glad I finally won a pot off.
That aggression will definitely do him well in future spots. Just
For me to take out the table, I
need a couple different components to be a little different in order for that to be a little bit more of a fruitful bluff, in my opinion. Even just the ace of diamonds or some kind of gut shot to go with it. Something, a little something.
I'll wait for the dealer pass. I'm going to put 1,000 and take 1,000, okay?
Take us out. I don't know what you said. Oh, okay. I was tipping you.
Tell me his name again.
Thank you.
His name again.
He goes by Reno, but I think it's like Revivo.
What was his
Revivo?
Revivo? Revivo.
But he goes by Reno.
I was going to butcher it.
Something like
10-20 Limit Omaha buy-ins have ranged from 1,000 to 5K.
Yeah.
Jamie's game. Common feature in these Bally streams. How many games does Jamie get? Is it once a month? Every week? I forgot her schedule, but it's always fun when she gets games going here. I know that. I just forgot the frequency. I couldn't remember if it's once a month or every other week.
Now it's once a month.
Once a month, about, yeah.
There was a little variance with that.
Sure, there's always
listen to what the corporate says, and okay. Set of sevens.
A lot of moving parts in these streams. Not easy to wrangle players together, especially Omaha is a little trickier to get people together, especially at a certain stake. Set of sevens here for Carly. She's also got a king in her hand, blocking the set over set possibility you can run into in this game. Pot Limit Omaha, especially playing these 4, 5, 6-way pots. Julia with the nut flush draw on the flop finds an ace on the turn, which is a bit of false hope given Carly's got the set of sevens, but her diamonds are indeed still alive here. Julie perhaps thinking she just outran a King X hand with this ace turn, but She's probably going to see the bad news for Carly here. Now, normally, just with the pocket sevens here, it'd be considerably more scary without the king in your hand because you're like, well, now I lose a set of kings, lose a set of aces, but having that king makes set of sevens a lot easier to have a get in here.
Okay, I have 7.
Not that you wouldn't just get in pocket sevens here anyways with the shallower stacks and such, but just saying, generally speaking, especially if you're in like a deeper stack scenario, playing against like a really solid tough player, it's having that king blocker definitely makes the sevens a little easier to get in. Tough turn there for Julia. Flops the nut flush draw. False hope ace on the turn. Worked out well there for Carly. She dodged the non-pairing diamond from Julia there to overtake the pot. Bit of a cooler there for Julia.
Yeah, a lot.
She could have played it aggressively and raised the bet in the flop and ended up getting in that way. So the money got in a different way, but nut flush draw versus flop set. Some money's going to be going in.
And then I had a straight flush draw.
Julie even had some backdoor straight draws with the 6, 7, 8 in her hand as well. Could have caught like a 9 or a 5 for open ender to go with the nut flush draw she had. But
are you in the tournament streets? Live tournaments?
Yeah, I like picking up tax deductions.
Well,
I never win, so I get to give my accountant Russ Fox, here's all these receipts to deduct off of cash game wins. But yeah, I usually just play tournaments during the World Series of Poker. So I'll be playing a bunch of the PLO tournaments, and I'll probably play the $1,000 bounty no limit tournament, and probably the main event no limit. So I'll probably play 10 to 15 World Series tournaments. Probably 3/4 of them will be PLO, and 25% of them or so will be no limit. But outside of that, I typically just like focusing on cash games.
He's campaigning against pandas.
There's more downside than upside.
The point is,
you're already up.
So we're gonna welcome
you're already up 2.
Kevin.
When you pay out.
I'm not saying I don't want to
Kevin?
Yeah. He's the new tournament manager here.
Oh, okay. Have to meet Kevin. Haven't met Kevin yet.
You can afford to lose, and you'll still.
He's been in the industry 18 years.
Nice. I'm a big baseball fan. The Royals have a player named Cavan Biggio. It's a not often heard name. So when you said Cavan, I was like, did you say Gavin or Cavan? It's a cool name. I have like the most plain, boring name ever, Adam. So I'm jealous of people with like somewhat unique names.
Speaking of Kansas City, shout out to Bo Jackson.
I got 2 Bo Jackson jerseys. One of my favorite players of all time. And speaking of the Royals and baseball, I'm going to Arizona for spring training in a week or 2.
Cool.
Going to see some spring training baseball. Going to play some poker down there as well. So looking forward to that in a few weeks.
Which one?
the
split one?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah.
Was it made and then they split it after?
This could get messy here. Jamie with an overpair of aces, nut flush draw. Hayden has 2 pair and a king high flush draw. This could get messy here.
So supposedly if I wear it this way.
Hayden betting out pot here for 800. She's got bottom 2 pair and a king high flush draw. Bested by Jamie. She's got the true goods here. Pocket aces with the nut diamond draw. Even has a queen to boot as well.
J Flats in the chat.
Shout out to J Flats. See, that's a cool handle. That's a cool name, man.
Yeah.
He really nailed that. Jay's kind of a nondescript first name, but when you add Flats to it, it just rolls off the tongue, man. That's brilliant marketing there by Mr. Flats.
Mr. Flatley.
Aces versus ace queen.
Here we go. Big matchup here. Bottom 2 pair, king high flush versus the aces and the ace high flush.
Fade.
Hand 4 2.
Hand?
Wow.
And I had 3 5.
This is 4. Wow.
You guys
I had 3 5 6.
No. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, she's ahead.
Yeah.
Who's 4?
Can Hayden catch a 4 or a deuce? No dice. Mega cooler there between Hayden and Jamie. Nothing you can do there. Money's going to go in and up to the poker gods at that point.
I already know how to play.
Nope. Neither person can fold those hands.
11.
Oh yeah, and did you get the time button?
Oh yeah. Time button. You started?
Yeah, we just started just now.
First one?
Yep.
2,000.
You want 2,000?
Yeah, that's a tough one for Hayden there. That's
We can all see it.
rough hand, but just a cooler. Nothing you can do about it.
Okay, I can see how much time I got left.
2,000.
Let me count.
Thank God.
I like the way Hayden's played. She's definitely not afraid to go in there and get after pots, but you can tell she's got some finesse to her game, and she can hand read and kind of knows when you maybe need to slow down a little bit and proceed with a little bit of caution, but it's also not afraid to put the pedal to the metal at certain times as well. So
You've got one hiding.
definitely think Hayden's got a lot of potential in this game playing pot limit Omaha for sure. I'm not sure how long Hayden's been playing, but definitely see some potential there. And of course, we know Jamie. Jamie's the old school vet, getting away from the set of eights earlier in that hand and not ace, king, 3, 8 turn hand.
Take it easy, Tony. Easy. Back in the
Check.
Huh? That's all you gotta do? Just ask him?
Take it easy, Tony.
Okay.
That's it.
Good to know.
Asking each other too.
$70.
Hayden betting top and bottom pair here, which, as I mentioned earlier, is a bit of often a hand that you could play, not aggressively, and you kind of need to play a little more, carefully by not betting and getting super involved. But she's keen to point out that she has the ace of hearts in her hand as well, which definitely makes this a lot stronger of a hand, given that she's going to be able to leverage, ace runouts as well. So I definitely like that she kind of realized that this isn't the typical top and bottom hand, given that she has the ace of hearts. So good recognition there by Hayden, in my opinion.
And then I'm out. See that?
Heart comes in on the end here. Hayden checking, perhaps going for a check raise with her ace of hearts, which I think is pretty sharp as well, because even though you have the ace of hearts, a lot of times you're not going to be able to get a lower flush to fold just by leading out for a single bet. But if you check and they bet, then you can kind of leverage that and get them to fold via a check raise. So you're not going to get like a jack high flush to fold just by leading out, but if you check and it bets and then you check raise, then you can get a jack high flush to fold. So I think that's pretty good instincts there by Hayden to check this, and I'm assuming / hoping she's going to play this as a check raise.
When I know I got it back. No.
I prefer Revivo to at least have a heart in his hand to be bluffing here, but I at least like the fact that, he called with a straight draw because bottom pair bricked out. It's checked to him a few times. I like that he's turning his hand into a bluff here, just hoping to not run into a flush hand. He's going to be able to fold out a lot of hands better than just a pair of fives. So a lot of good reason to bet here. And thought Hayden was going to pull the trigger there and bluff, but maybe she thought, Revivo's not the kind of guy that's going to fold hands, I guess, maybe. So she decided just to give up there, but...
Yes! Damn it! Stupid game.
Tony, big man on campus. Got about 10K stack now. Seth, the VPIP king at 63%. Jamie not too far behind, as is Marina. 4 people in the 60% plus club. Tony, big winner still, up about 4K. Marina, after a rough start, clawing back to just barely above even here is Marina. Nice to see her mount the comeback after that first shell went by the wayside. 10-20 pot limit Omaha, Jamie's game edition. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I've had Wayne joining me here for parts of the stream as well. Nice to have Wayne in the mix.
I get requested for like commentary. I'm just like, I have way too much to do.
Yeah, you're like the epitome of like a lot of balls in the air. You got a lot of you might say juggler on your profile, perhaps. That'd be a appropriate title for you with all the different roles and hats you wear here at the Commerce.
By the way, I texted you the links to the hand of the, highlight hand. So if you'd share and like, that'd be great.
That's so funny. I'm so used to when I'm on these streams. I'm so used to being like locked in and not even like thinking about my phone.
It's good. But yeah, that's one of the many things that Brian and I have to do is we know what to do.
Lots to do. You are quite the utility player while we're talking about baseball. We can play shortstop, center field, catcher, pitcher. Wayne does it all. He's the Ohtani of the Bally production here.
6 flat card.
Yeah, that's the thing of like, I play all the games, like Dan Zach. I'm definitely no Dan Zach, but
sure. That's I'd concur.
But playing all the games and people get surprised when I just like jump in and they're like, oh no, this is not good.
I'm so impressed by people that learning all those games, and it's very impressive to me. That's why I'm like hardly ever judge somebody that jumps in a game that's like maybe is a kind of famous pro or whatever, and it's like it's hard to be a domain expert at like 9 different games. It's just like it's very tough.
I mean,
especially the big bet games that are played, like No Limit and PLO are so different than a lot of those other mixed games. So
yeah. And the thing about No Limits, like really having this like matrix like understanding of the field, I think is really essential for like the big win rates.
Totally.
So if you're not like in tune with it, you're just not going to be a big crusher. Doesn't matter how high your technical skill is.
I asked the GM about this. And what he said was
it's like 200 more.
That the casinos tell the gaming commission what their games are, and they describe all the possible things that can happen.
Okay.
And they get
actually might have been less
approved for that. And then these innovations happen, and then they haven't changed it.
Yeah, I see.
But I asked
Julia dropping knowledge on the DOJ.
Go ahead and do it. I mean, it's not like you got reapproved, right? Already. And he said because the reason that we just do it is because they don't do anything. They're not going to do anything. Yeah.
Oh, damn. What a river.
Unreal. Man, Hayden's had a rough go here in some hands.
Nice hand.
Oh, shit. Nice hand.
That's the year I was ready to tell you we take
rough.
I was ready to call up Deuces, be like, Deuces, what brother or sister you want coming in? I bought my puppies from hers. I'm like, we take puppies.
What kind of puppy?
Yorkie.
How cute. They're feisty though.
They're lovers.
Yours is chill?
Mine's feisty right now. Yeah, mine got feisty out of nowhere.
My friend's Yorkie is not.
Yours just starts barking and won't stop. You're like, what? How dare you?
Oh, by the way, you can't bet against me, though.
Oh, hers, yeah.
Yeah, she just sits there and starts barking at people. It wants food. If it smells food, I swear, like, she won't shut up.
Okay.
Oh, it's like bossy.
Close her.
Did we leave the button in the center?
Yorkie.
I think so. I think we straddled last time.
I added on 1,000.
Yeah,
That's a little diva.
But this isn't mine, is it? Did I just throw that out there?
I thought you did, but I don't remember.
My trainer's going to have her train not to bark. I'll take it to her
160 what?
trainer that she does.
I can barely do one thing at one time, so 2 is like way much of a stretch.
That's not going to be the smartest little puppy ever.
You're going to brainwash her?
Yeah.
Wait, how old?
Yeah.
How old? Is it?
I think right now she's about like 23.
Oh, she's really small.
Yeah.
Cute. That's fine. Oh, that puppy face. You're saying you're going to like outsource the puppy face where you don't have to deal with.
So what are you doing? You're training her and
No,
stuff?
I'm not training her. My friend's a dog trainer, like a professional one for shows.
Oh, good.
She's
Yeah.
going to take her for
That's
2
good.
weeks and bring her back.
Bring her back trained.
I
did that with my
like, if I don't have to have shit all over my house later on, I'm happy to pay it.
I did that with my dogs, and it did not take.
Yeah,
Because
mine
I was supposed to keep.
okay.
I was supposed to keep, it up, and I didn't keep it up.
Yeah.
Well, she said you could do a week, but it's better to do 2 weeks.
I did 2 weeks. They went out to Acton,
money in her
and
pocket.
but you just gotta. You have to crate training. You can't be.
Yeah, I wimped out on crate training.
Yeah, you can't be sentimental.
She broke us. We had like a husky mix because we were in an apartment and she would just yell, like husky yell in her crate, like she was being tortured, and so we gave up on it.
Yeah, no, you can't.
What is that?
You can't be soft.
Have we had anybody bring a dog into the
At a point, they
Bally octagon, so to speak, here at the production studio? Have we had a emotional stream support dog
Yeah,
yet?
we've had a couple, but
Okay.
it seems to, it causes trouble for the staff and operation. It's like a free roll, so we're not going to have them anymore.
I see. Shout out to
there's no way they can.
one of the best live PLO players I know, Vegas, Lynn Ashby. Give him a follow on Twitter, Lynn Ashby.
Super old school.
He always recoils at these. He always takes pictures of people bringing dogs into these casino environments that he finds himself in, and it's got like a funny ongoing bit at this point. But
Casino patron.
You already warned her.
speaking of that tabled hand controversy at the World Series, he posted a couple of fun stories kind of related to tabled hands or people thinking they lost when they won or whatever. But he's always got a lot of great kind of old school gambling lore stories, and had some good ones on that topic. Once where some guy thought he lost the hand and he just like airmailed his cards and walked away, and the guy's cards literally landed on Lynn's stack face up, and Lynn could see that he had the straight, so he's like, Yuri, come back. The guy was like at the bar. And he walks back and he tossed the chips and he goes, take a seat, you got a refund. And he's like, what are you talking about? He's like, oh, you won the hand, you had a straight or whatever. He's like, oh shit.
Is that the Yuri from LA?
I'm not sure which Yuri that was. He said it was like from 10 years ago in Vegas, so. Which is ironically enough because I played against a guy named Yuri who owes me money and cheated me. So I'm like, man, I wonder if it's the same freaking Yuri that freaking stole from me and never paid me back.
Well, look who's salty now, huh?
But yeah, see, I mean, it would take a really big man for me. But obviously, I'd want to do the right thing there. But it definitely would be harder to do it versus somebody that is kind of. Lacks the morality.
Better
and such.
person than me. If somebody scummed me, I'm like, no.
Yeah, there's.
I don't overtly.
I can understand the dog eat dog kind of reciprocity that you're kind of mentioning. Like,
Where is it?
I don't overtly screw them, but
Sure.
if they make a mistake, there's not a peep out of me.
Some people are of the mind, hey, they, if it were reversed, they wouldn't. And I know this guy's a character, and he's done A, B, C, and D, so screw that guy. I get that. I just, yeah. In a perfect world, I would hope that I would say, hey, it's your pot, scumbag. But, it happens.
I didn't see the 9.
Wouldn't be easy to do, but I hope that's what I would do.
What happened?
It just exposed, that's all.
If somebody that's cheated me or not paid me back or whatever was in a hand. And
I say that.
Like that.
I say that on air, but I might change in person.
What was that? Exposed card?
That's okay.
9 of clubs.
And I was just joking. You don't have to release. You don't have to tell the secrets.
I feel like I feel like you would do some crazy. What?
Yeah.
Have you heard of the Twitter handle like, it's Blockhead or Blockhead something?
Not sure.
Oh, man, I'll have to share that with you. But he makes these diabolical, hilarious tweets on poker and gambling. I want to know who he is. But man, he had a great tweet on that poker hand revealed controversy or whatever. I'll show it to you, and then you can kind of read it or whatever. But, oh, my God, it's so funny.
I'm so
definitely
terrible.
look up Blockhead or I am Blockhead. I forgot exactly what it is, but I'll look it up now.
Or how many callers? 4?
Looks like 5 players.
What do we have here? I guess.
Oh, yeah, honey.
Oh, okay. Marina flopped the flush. Very low flush.
Fuck.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
But definitely give this guy a follow. It's OU Blockhead, OH, and then YLU Blockhead. But he's got some brilliant, dark, kind of sadistic, really funny tweets. He had a book, too, that came out that's a good read. But, yeah, really funny stuff by OU Blockhead on Twitter.
In the vein of what you showed me in his tweet.
Which is a bit over the top to make a point, and he's being funny and stuff.
It's over the top, but in the employee handbooks here, if two people get in a fight, like employees aren't supposed to interfere. You have to call security.
What do you have? Upset.
I don't know if that has anything to do with like injuries and lawsuits, but like that influences when something like this comes up, and you're like, oh, you should speak up. It's like, well, in the employee handbooks, or you're supposed to do certain things. You're not supposed to do certain things. But the media is definitely not supposed to do certain things.
Yeah.
So, and that's I think falls in that category.
So funny. I'm trying to remember if I ever was in a similar spot. Right after I graduated from college, I wrote for this is way dating myself, but a website called Pocket Fives back in the day that covered like tournament players.
Pocket Fives.
So Pocket
That's
Fives.
Josh Arieh, right?
I can't remember. I don't think so, but I'm not sure who owned it or how that all worked out. But Pocket Fives and Bluff Magazine.
Yeah.
I worked for fresh out of college. I'd wake up, I was loading dollies full of Bluff magazines and wheeling them to different parts of the Amazon room as like a 22-year-old fresh out of college, writing for poker stuff. And then I was maybe playing 5-10 or 5-5 right out of college. But yeah, those are my very, very early days in poker. But yeah, I was a media person at the start because I wasn't sure if I wanted to gamble for a living or how that would work. So I decided to kind of hedge my bets, and I got a journalism degree. I thought I was going to be a sports writer and such. So I kind of hedged my bets a bit and decided to do poker journalism while I played in Vegas, and then
Damn it, I don't want to pull that.
ended up playing, and next thing you know, 20 years have gone by, almost. So
still around.
Pretty wild, yeah.
Still around.
Pretty wild stuff.
I was wrong. It was Cal Spears, Adam Small, and Riley Bryant.
For my school.
Oh, for who owned Pocket Fives? Oh, okay. Yep, they just specialize in like online poker player, online tournaments and tournament stuff.
Hi.
But yeah, it was a big site back in the day. I think Josh Arieh has a piece for Poker Steak or something, or he's always tweeting out. I'm not sure if that's his thing or what, but yeah, he's got a few things I think going on.
But you know why? Because it's tired. So everything's kind of like, it's not balanced. Ooh, let's do a shot. Go.
I really started watching Spanish movie in the middle of the night when I should have been sleeping.
What?
I was watching a Spanish show.
Do you really watch it with the
I'm trying to get tired, like I'm reading it.
I've never seen you tired, girl.
Me, actually.
I've never seen you tired.
So tired.
This girl keeps going like Energizer battery.
Then I'm off tomorrow.
What'd you have?
Straight draw. I had a straight draw.
Good.
And nothing.
Okay, so who's
3.
who? You?
Yeah, we know you got one. Stop
No,
rubbing
I
it in.
just want to know who's left.
Yeah.
I just want to know.
There's 5 left.
You should have seen her talking shit about you coming late.
Shut up.
She's like, I was early. Where's she?
No, I was talking about Stephanie. It wasn't even Marina. I was like, hey, where's Stephanie? Because she's never missed a show.
Like she talked about both of them, but
She's coming tonight?
No, next one.
Oh, next one. Yeah, I was talking about Stephanie. You'll see. I'm talking about Aaliyah's godmother. The heck?
Why did they let us bring our own massage girls? Like I was thinking for my birthday, get some 4 girls.
Massage girls?
Massage girls.
Will they?
Reviva with aces.
What do you think?
Rainbow.
Did you guys watch that?
What?
It's an all-girl show, but then we get to pick 4 girls to be massage girls, and they're like in bikinis. Yeah.
It sounds like fun.
I wouldn't let my son watch.
170.
Like a special birthday game.
Hey, chips, buddy. Chips? Yeah. Just right, please.
You're like, wait, think about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Family pot. 170?
Yeah.
must be such a hard.
Julia, how deep? Can I just?
Yeah, I think so. Also, I think the cards are
not coming after it.
Hard to deal with.
Oh, those cards.
Yeah, because they're just not like.
They're more rigid.
They're really big. Well, I don't know how big they are, but
than normal?
I think they're pretty big. And then
I didn't even
I
notice.
think the way they feel.
and they also feel stiffer.
I'll say for this table, it's just
For
weird.
the rest of the week.
I don't know. The length of it for the dealer is just.
Yeah.
Is it on me?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Go ahead.
He's doing a good
Everyone
job,
check.
though. You check?
No.
Check.
You check.
How much?
500.
500?
Vicky, can we give you every month? Oh, I should have read. Can we give you every month? Every month? I don't know.
Fuck. Shit. Fold.
1 4.
Yeah, not that much. Damn. All these checks.
Only when did your puppy start getting more active? Like
She did.
Like when? At what weeks do you think?
Like,
Second prepare.
you're getting.
Revivo
You're right. We're
has the highest equity.
So you're a couple weeks. But that's why I kept asking you.
Julia with the backdoor diamond draws and the front door club draws.
Curse for a minute, and
Oh,
then
really?
out of nowhere, she just she came out of.
I think we have the same sleep schedule. That's why.
Huh?
Like she's always with me.
Hang on.
When I
You want to play? You want to play? Or you want to
Like
run
mine
it?
just was calm until out of nowhere, like it just. I was like,
I
who
think
is
my
she?
dogs are lesbian because
Mullen.
she loves boobies.
She loves boobies.
Everybody loves boobies.
She tried
Dude,
to
I
find
had
me.
it.
I don't care who you are.
Is that on
I'm
CBS?
93 right now. Yeah, at 9 hits, I got it.
It
She
just
went
takes
all
them
in
some
first. She
time.
called. Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
3.
Show some.
Somebody's a little
You win.
bit
Show some
Aces.
winners. Show some winners.
Aces.
Aces.
And Revivo holds.
Oh my god.
Rainbow aces hold.
That's crazy.
I would have won.
Probably dodged a lot.
Huh?
11-3.
Probably dodged a lot.
Yeah, I know, I did.
Yeah, I cover.
They're just like big bets, like huge bets. You know? Like, what the hell do they got?
A
Bets?
monster draw.
2 pairs?
Yeah. But when she flatted.
Nut bush?
Thank you.
No. The flush and straight draw and the.
Ooh, and I get one of these.
Yeah, I never seen you with so many chips.
Mm.
You do that how much?
2,000.
Keeping an eye on my
Tell
chips,
you, my
Jamie.
goal today is just to get Revivo in one hand for him to flip out. That's the goal today.
Your goal is to make me flip out?
When she flatted, I'm
I
like.
want to hear you say, how do you go? It happens all the time.
Okay.
7 4 8 4. Call, C9 raise,
70.
C9 raise 70. C1
No respect.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, 70, 80.
You're 80 years old.
Yeah.
I knew it.
420.
420.
Connie with the set of kings. Got a gut shot to go with it.
4 people in the stand-up game. 4 people in the stand-up game.
Yeah.
Marina in a tough spot. She's got bottom set of 2s here. She's going to need some backdoor hearts to come in. I guess she'd catch a running 10 jack for a straight, but pretty tough sledding here for Marina with bottom set. Jack of diamonds on the turn, not the best card for each of these players to see. You flopped a set. But given the size of the pot, they basically got a pot-sized bet left. It's a bit of an academic bet and call here between these two, it looks like. And they say equities run close together in PLO. Not as much all the time, especially in this hand. Pretty lopsided equity share here for Connie.
That's marketing.
Can catch a 10.
Yes, oh, I like that.
For a straight or a deuce, but no luck there for Marina. Cooler goes the way of Connie.
Nice.
The perils of playing low pocket pairs in Limit Omaha. Sometimes
You have a little bit left.
We may have talked about that earlier.
yeah, playing those low pocket pairs can get you in trouble.
10, 20.
Yeah. I thought you had aces. I was scared. I really was. I thought you were really me in with ace.
You're scared, but it's not.
No,
Chris
I
Choi in the
mean,
chat says, "Go
I have the
Hayden."
best hand.
It's your
Actually,
birthday.
that's why you won.
I'm talking about like.
Feeling a comeback for Hayden. Feeling a comeback.
Late night rally.
She's due for a little mean reversion.
Check. I need a check.
She's been running pretty salty so far.
I think they turned back the air on, no?
What'd you have?
Did they get back cold again, or?
I don't think they ever.
Oh, they don't think they ever turned it off?
It does feel a little cold now.
I'm gonna add. I'm gonna top off a little bit. 3,000 more.
Looks like Seth putting a little more meat on the bone here. Gonna add 3K.
I flopped a set, top set.
Didn't have top.
No, second set.
We're about at the halfway mark or so around roundabouts on this 1020 Limit Omaha stream. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic at Gamble on social media. I've had Wayne in the booth here with me today as well. He's been popping in on occasion.
Neukarp, this is not a turn, this is a cash game.
This is a cash game.
No ICM.
No ICM, no pay laddering, no Hendon Mob results. I think a lot of cash game players are probably pretty happy that there's not a live casino Hendon Mob database site. You can color between the lines on why that might be, but
I'll be better.
yeah.
So in the future, I'll set you up with a poker joke and you just mention that one.
I aspire to be able to say that.
You haven't even tried once.
Well, I think once.
I don't think so. I don't think.
With encouragement.
Back in the day online, they had a thing called poker table ratings that would show the cash game results, and there'd be like a thermometer.
Worst enemies, best friends.
Best friends versus enemies. You could see you won the most first, lost the most first, if you've been running hot or cold lately, and there's like a comment section where people would leave. It was a simpler time back then.
When I run bad, I never check it.
Yep.
When I'm running good, I just refresh it like every 5 minutes.
Look at old poker table ratings. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
I wonder if that site even works if you like open that up. It'd be funny to see. What was the other one for, like sit and Shark Scope or something? Was that for like sit and goes? This is getting nostalgic now.
Shark Scope's still around.
Oh, I see.
Peter are not around.
Jamie.
A couple players flopping trip aces here on this ace jack 2 club flop.
Under full scenario.
Absolutely, and you have actually looks like I was getting ready to say Seth got away from the ace-7 5-4. You know, sometimes it seems like you got a huge hand when you flop trip aces, but when you got low side cards and
I think he got them, right?
players are starting to put a lot of money in, especially the players are more solid. You know, trips with no kickers is not a great proposition. You could already be dead as somebody holding ace jack. So like an ace-7 6-3 or whatever is not an overwhelming hand, especially as the pot gets bigger and the ranges constrict. But as it goes here, we got Revivo who flopped the boat with the pocket jacks. But again, that's one thing when you flop the underfold pocket jacks, you're like 40, you're like 60-40 versus, you know, an ace X with 3 overcards to higher full house.
Yeah, you'll see.
Looks like Revivo walked between raindrops a little bit, and
I got a fold.
Jamie did not catch a king-9 or a deuce for a bigger full.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hit it too. In fucking case.
Yeah, with the pocket jacks there, it's a great flop, but somebody has an ace that's, you're not in an overwhelming spot, although you're definitely pushing equity still with a set of jacks versus an ace X hand. And obviously, if, you know, Jamie has ace jack, your pocket jacks are dead.
Well, even if I had any boat.
I take all of it.
You only have jacks.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, I'll take
You put an ace on the flop?
But yeah, that was really
Pre-flop.
I folded an ace on the flop. Yeah.
I think Seth would have had the winner there at the ace-4, but
Ace-4, so I went running.
on the river?
On the turn and the river. Yeah. Both times. Both of it.
forgot how the action went. If it was just like a single bet, I obviously wouldn't have hated him just calling a single bet there. But if it went bet and raise, I don't mind him folding. I forgot exactly how it played out. But
no, one of them has the ace and
with a bit of kicker probably.
Yeah, I don't know what kickers I'm up against. I'm calling to hit my kickers. And
the kicker will weak.
And ace king.
Well, yeah, obviously one of them was.
He could have been just drawing dead ace jack.
He could have been. He definitely could have been.
Playing so bad.
Where are you from?
Colorado.
Oh, Colorado. You said you were down here for a month?
Like we were here for a couple months before this, on and off. Yeah.
Yeah.
My brother lives here.
If you don't call.
I was going to fire like I had that boat, and then you canceled.
Of course I could.
I really want a button, but he's.
I checked.
Yeah, no way.
I didn't check because I was scared.
I think it was a 4-4.
I figured if I bet, you're going to fold. I checked so you'd bet.
I like it all, girl.
Still 2 other people.
90.
Oh, like 4.
Potted like it's hot.
Seth out for blood after folding what would have been the winner in a decent-sized pot. He's got a nice little hand here. Ace Jack 9-7 high suited.
I can do that there.
Yeah.
4-4 is tough.
That was it, man.
Julia here and there. She gets it.
Yes. Sorry.
Seth still relitigating the last hand in his mind.
Now you know I got a big kicker.
Would have had the winner.
Jamie.
God, I wish you were king when it came on the river.
Connie continues with the 8-6 pocket fives here. Ace-6 of hearts. King 9-4, a couple diamonds.
You heard it.
Yeah, I wish I would have hit it there. Really bad.
You had out.
Goes check, check, pairing king on the turn.
Everything but the jack.
I think it's just in a heads-up pot like this. If I'm Seth, I think I'm just bet folding here to a raise. I think I'm just going to see bet my ace jack 9-7 just into one person here and just take it from there. Looks like Connie thinking about bluffing out here with their pocket fives. Look at that. Connie playing some street poker, gets a bluff through. Gets a 9 to fold. Seth didn't have an overwhelming hand given the board. But Connie knew her pocket fives likely were not going to win at showdown. She took a shot at it and gets it through. Well played there by Connie.
You didn't think ace jack even once?
That's why I just called. I didn't re-raise it.
Yeah, but you didn't even hesitate. Like I have
a king I can hit.
I thought it was a good call. Like,
I'm calling all day there.
What were your side cards? Ace, king. What'd you have? Like all the cards?
Get changed.
Can't believe the net folded ace-4.
Whoa.
It's so bad right now. It's like
Nick folded ace-4? Let's rub it in some more.
My name's Seth. The Nit. The Nit.
Yeah.
What a net.
Thank you.
Total Nit.
70.
Some good light-hearted ribbing going on here, making fun of Seth for folding that.
Yell at me.
What would have been a winner there at the, I think he had ace-7-5-4, and it was ace-jack flop. I think it was just a bet and a call, and then maybe he folded, would have been the second caller maybe. I can't remember. Maybe if it was a bet and a raise, I definitely don't fault him. I think I'd just call for a single raise, and then if there's more action on the turn, get away from it. But if it's check to you, then, you know, maybe your ace is good. Just kind of proceed from there.
Everybody stands.
I think would be a fair way to approach a hand like that.
But people got tired of having to do that. So instead,
I'm rooting for anyone but you. Okay, I got it.
The net game.
Pick anyone but him.
Hayden, I was rooting for you the last time. It was only because you had a button.
Yeah.
That's your hand, Jamie.
No.
Three of us.
Revivo with top and bottom pair here. He's got king 4-3 deuce, double suited. He's got a couple backdoor flush draws as well. Picks up an open ender now, does Revivo. Jamie with the aces picks up club draw on the turn. She's got a gut shot to the 10 as well. Tony with kings and fives. Everybody got a little something to believe in here in the hand. Not an overwhelming spot for Jamie, bets 400, and Revivo calls. Kings and fives with no redraw is a bit of a tricky spot for sure. Not overwhelming, but he's going to complete the action and call here with kings and fours, or kings and fives, pardon me.
Wow. Revivo makes the wheel.
Unreal. What a disguised run out here for Revivo. He's got the nuts with 4 deuce, which you're not really going to be expecting to see given the flop was bet, especially on a flop with no flush draw. I mean, if there's a flush draw on the flop, you could say, oh, 4-2 of hearts or whatever, but it's a rainbow flop and there's action on the flop. Dream run out here for Revivo.
You're expecting the queen 10, but it's the deuce 4.
And of course, this gives Jamie top set of aces here. I mean, this is nasty stuff.
Tony's got a 10 blocker.
Tony taking it to the streets here and using his 10x as a bluff here. Obviously, queen 10 is the nuts on this run out. And obviously, queen 10 is definitely something you're going to be expected to see when there's action on a king jack flop. Obviously, queen 10 is one of the most likely hands you're going to see continued. First, I kind of got so fixated on Revivo backdooring into a weird kind of backdoor straight. It kind of lost sight of the fact that the most prominent draw obviously would have been the queen 10.
It's a 10 too much.
Lost a little side of that, just kind of zooming in on where Revivo had there, you know, top and bottom pair and kind of hitting a running wheel straight there. But obviously the queen 10 is ever present, and looks like the graphics have yet to fill in, but yeah, here it is. Tony with big raise to 3360 here. Really puts Jamie in a tough spot with top set of aces. I mean, it's definitely would totally understand her finding a fold here. I mean, this is just like going to be queen 10 about always. I mean, Tony's not putting in this raise with a set of kings or a set of jacks now that all these straights have came in. So, I mean, it's often going to be queen 10 here.
But he's got less than queen 10.
That is very true. He's turning his king 10 into a bluff here. I think it was a great play by Tony. Really, really creative, gutsy play. I applaud the play, and Jamie's just going with it. Unfortunately, you know, Jamie only had 1,600, so that's the only, I guess, catch with the play is, you know, one of the players left isn't, you know, super deep, so Jamie can just kind of stick her money in and not be worried about some not be as concerned about people that are deeper in the hand like Revivo is.
I'm an idiot for betting. I can't stand the raise, the white bet. I could have checked and saw everyone's cards.
So this is going to work out for Jamie.
My cards, right?
Perfectly, yeah. She's getting action versus the bluffing hand, and her calling, spooking, is going to spook Revivo out of continuing in the hand, who's got the straight, who's got the lower straight. But yeah, this funny how this all worked out sequencing wise.
Wow. Jamie has a set.
What a read by Revivo.
Incredible.
Possibly have the better straight. $3,000 what? 360. Jamie calling, I guess I can't call.
That's a real gutsy, admirable play Tony's trying to pull off here. Often you see people do it with the king 10-10 or the king queen, but
unbelievable.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow, superhero Jamie.
Unreal.
Elite.
I knew Jamie has a set.
Who won? Who won?
I knew he had a big one.
What did he have?
Jamie has the wheel.
What did he have?
Not the winner.
What did he have? He didn't show it?
I thought you did it.
Me? You showed it. He had a straight. You won. You showed it.
What did he have? Queen 10?
No, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't have the straight?
He had
He does not have a
winner.
So who won?
Oh, shit. I had the winner?
You had the winner.
What did I say? Oh, it was a king 10.
Yeah, it was king 10.
Yeah.
Hey, nice call.
Damn, Jamie.
You tried to bluff? Hey,
I knew
Tony, you tried to bluff?
Out of respect.
I bluffed.
Like, at the first draw, 2 on the
That would have been my
turn.
pot if
I
I
thought it was a
checked
good
it.
play. Wow.
I would fold wheel.
Could have lost
I would
another
roll that
500.
shit.
Yeah, I know.
Immediately, I would fold. Great. So it was a very good. I don't know, he's calling.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
No, he's not calling.
what a hand.
Yeah.
No, I had a feeling you were bluffing, but I couldn't. Yeah.
Kind of tough luck for Tony that Jamie woke up with something to call with there on the end, I guess being, pocket aces or
24.
That's more reason for you to.
he's often going to get that through there.
That's true. But I wasn't sure. I'm guessing, but I'm not. I'm guessing, but I wasn't sure.
24-40.
He folded.
Crazy, crazy hand. That's what we love about Pot Limit Omaha. The use of the blocker bluffs. Tony went for it with the 10 in his hand, but Jamie on the shorter stack helped her kind of just not overthinking with her set of aces there. Went with it. Ended up working out perfectly to her favor there. Top set of aces ends up winning the hand, but a lot of times Tony's going to have a queen 10 there as well, so that's the game.
Revivo's still doing well.
Absolutely, he's had a great session so far as Revivo. That's such a disguised backdoor running kind of wheel that he caught there, but it did bring the high side open ender on the flop that came in that Tony tried to rep. Quite the hand here at the Commerce. Bally Live Poker 1020 Pot Limit Omaha, Jamie's game. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I've got Wayne in the booth with me as well. It's been a hoot here at the Commerce. A cold, windy day here in California. I've had a lot of rain lately. Pray for us Californians as we try to endure this 60-degree weather. We're going to do the best we can. Hopefully we can overcome this adversity here in Los Angeles with this lower 60s degree weather. We'll figure it out. We're tough customers.
I'm not that's the fires.
Yeah, exactly, right?
There was rain coming down. It's like, really?
Yep.
Flop lag.
Exactly.
You called 3K.
That's what you get for bluffing me out.
That's probably the hand of the night.
I was trying to win the pot for myself.
Shenanigans.
I put him on Queen 10, right? That's what you thought, the way he bet it. And then he thought his little.
Such a wild hand there.
That's wild.
He was never calling, though.
Yep. Wow, Jamie. Jamie's a pro.
50, Jamie. Very nice.
With pocket aces all night.
Nobody makes that. 3, 5, 8, 9, 10.
Give me pocket aces.
And obviously, you hear about blocker bluffs mentioned a lot in PLO. Obviously, there's a huge difference between having a straight blocker bluff or the flush blocker bluff. Obviously, if there's 3 hearts out there and you have the ace of hearts, you have the nut blocker. Obviously, in that instance, the queen 10, was the nut straight. But obviously, you can't have all those straight cards. Even if you have 2 10s in your hand or 2 queens, there's still other queens and 10s that exist for somebody to have a straight. That's why it was a pretty gutsy gamble there by Tony to do it. I mean, he just had 1 10 in his hand, which is useful. It does block the nuts a little bit, but it's, a little different scenario if you're an element player wondering kind of there's different differences between, the flush blocker and then, straight blocker. Obviously, you're going to be able to execute that straight blocker play even more so if you have like 2 10s or 2 queens than just 1 10 or 1 queen.
$3,500 pot.
In a perfect world, you'd rather have like, 2 queens or 2 10s than just one of them if you're going to, do a blocker bluff.
It was like 8,000.
But if you want to play super aggro, you obviously, one blocker bluff straight card could be all that is needed to tip the scale. If everything else about the hand says you can get it through.
She didn't have the whole 30.
I thought Jamie was going to maybe fold that hand because she's made some really tough folds. Like she folded the set of 8s when Tony had a set of aces earlier. So it's not like Jamie's just indiscriminately going with hands because, she's a sticky player. She's showed that she can make some big folds. So. But I think part of the issue that Tony ran into there is I think Jamie only had like $1,500 left in her stack, and I think Tony potted like $3,300 or whatever. So there's like a decent amount of money in the pot. I think Jamie just
also Jamie knows when boys are lying.
That is true too. So.
Your button? No, I just thought about it. I'm like, why am I happy? I don't know.
Wow.
You're gonna do some DJing.
It was just
that button's like worth $50.
See, that's
one of the most fun hands of the session so far.
No, you didn't bluff.
He earned it now.
You didn't bluff to say 50.
Jamie made a gutsy call, and Tony made a really gutsy bluff. That's what essence of poker right there. We love to see it.
Good bluff.
It's a little sweet in there.
400. But
And they say nobody bluffs in PLO, Wayne. Come on, that's not true.
She had 3 aces.
There's
Yeah, but
I say kid, but he's like 27.
you raised.
One blocker.
I was coaching him, and I
Oh wait,
like
it was king 10 that made the straight.
No, it was queen 10.
January of last year.
Yeah, you had
I watched him play PLO, and I just got super pissed off. I was like, "There's no way you're winning." There's literally no. And
I guess he could be if he's in amazing games.
Bet $500.
he got really hurt, but he knew it was bad tasting medicine.
Yeah.
So like, the next day I said, write down everything you've heard about PLO and tell me what's true and what's not true.
It could have king.
So he lists like 12 things.
You think kings?
I look at him, I'm like, only 2 of those things are true. The rest is marketing. You fell for marketing.
Yeah.
You watched Tom Dwan, you thought you could beat Tom Dwan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he raised on the turn, not on the river.
I owe you a bluff.
Who raised on the turn? I thought
I raised
When he had the aces, he raised on the turn and he still had the nuts. Not on the river when the straight came.
Seth raising with the king, jack 5 high suited here. Makes it 2:30 to go. Gets 4 callers. Games are good. 9, 8, 6 rainbow flop.
Yeah, that was ballsy though. Both, yeah.
You just got tired of being.
Hayden with middle set has a straight blocker in her hand with the 7, cannibalizing her fill-up outs though. She's got the 9 in her hand as well, which she'd prefer to not have. Although in some ways it's nice because it reduces the chance of her being up against a set of 9s, but does eat into her equity at filling up as well. Offsuit king on the turn, rainbow board, 1,200 in the middle. Seth finding top set now.
I have no chips. Somebody donate to me. Okay.
Obviously, 5-7 could be very present in people's range. These are hands that often you're not going to bet in PLO if you have a 5-7 straight.
Camera there.
If you're a no-limit player wondering how you would play that, that's often, especially 5 or 6 people in the hand. If it's a 3-bet pot and you got 5-7 heads-up pot, you're going to bet that. Obviously, there's context can change things, but in a multi-way kind of single-race pot, if you have like a 5-7 hand here, that's not something you're looking to bet the flop and get 3 streets of value with. So if you're bluffing this turn, for example, people can have 5-7 and continue here just as a random example.
You could turn into a song.
Sorry.
But, I mean, the tough luck for Hayden continues. Set over set.
If The bluffer would have won.
Pairing 6 on the end to give them both the full house. I mean, it's just been a nasty run for Hayden.
The bluffer. Now you got your name on the stream.
If Trojan over there would have won, I would have been.
It's allowed, right?
Huh?
Bluffing? It's allowed, right?
Yeah.
Nah.
All the time.
It's dishonest.
Dishonest. That was very dishonest.
Hayden counting out stacks of cash. If you were playing in a public casino, I would probably count those bills under the table.
I'm adding
Got a few of those like different.
Got to keep your head on a swivel playing big at casinos. Definitely want to try to conceal your cash and your valuables as much as you can. Obviously, this is a controlled environment here, so
always act broke.
We need to match it to Julia.
$500 for a $3,000 pond.
Yeah, come on.
That was weak.
You're always that same seat. How do you pick the same number?
No.
Always.
I'm like right over there.
Oh, really?
This is hard.
I got the same seat.
Yeah, you did. Huh?
if you play at casinos with a safety deposit box, definitely something you want to look into.
The same, yeah. Like, this is.
So you're not walking out of the casino with tons of money and chips on you. Definitely want to try to mitigate all these little risks that you
I'm bored.
come across as somebody that plays poker for a living or just somebody that gambles big and just does it as something on the side. You definitely
I didn't take your money. I
want to make sure your security is kind of on point.
You gave it to her.
Yeah, right? I was thinking she was on some set.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I thought I was in trouble for the other reason.
You went in crazy. I'm like, damn, she got.
I checked.
You had a what?
Sorry.
A set?
I don't have as many to give away this time.
Yeah.
How much?
You don't even remember. See, you don't even remember.
I'll take, if you have 2,000, I was going to take 5 right now and then
I was
just
like, dude,
get it from the other.
That's why I was like, what is she on? I put you on aces. Like, damn, I'm just donating right now.
It's on you then.
Okay, so I need to match that once it comes. Okay.
Check.
Carly flopping the nuts here with the 6-5, 4-3 deuce, couple spades. Even has a redraw to a higher straight with the 7-6.
Yeah, we both need
I got
chips.
pocket deuces, but
Jamie with a set and nut flush draw. This could get messy here.
no way. With the straight draw and a flush draw.
Tony with 2 pair and a queen high flush draw. I mean, a lot of big hands here.
If you could.
Almost can't remember, is this a single board bomb pot or just did 6 or 7 people or however many people just see this flop?
I think they saw the flop.
Always right.
No.
Oh, what's up, Psycho Poker? Friend of Julia.
No, right. What I do?
$100 bet. 3 calls.
Carly, wow.
7 on the turn. Carly, top set. Got the nut straight.
Believe you.
On tilt.
We believe that baby straight is still.
Really nullifying Jamie's set of 3s, kind of reducing Jamie's hand to now just a nut flush draw that needs a non-pairing spade. Of course, 4 spades would make a full house, although, of course, 4 spades you can see is in Tony's hands. Of course, they don't know that. But Jamie normally with a huge hand here, but her equity got diminished quite a bit with Carly turning a higher set.
On again. God damn it.
Viva with the wheel. I mean, everybody just flopped huge in this hand. This is wild. Another example of why you really got to be careful of multi-way pots and PLO. It's you definitely don't want to be bluffing into 6 people or 5 people or something, so to speak.
What?
Got to be the more people in the hand.
I was representing the nuts.
It's like they say, the more people in the hand, the less poker you play. That's one of them old school adages that got beaten into my school over the years. Definitely some truth to that.
Oh, boat over boat.
And there's that 4 I was speaking of. Comes on the end, pairing 4. Carly with top full house now. Jamie with a full house as well, but bested by Jamie or by Carly's better full house. This is just really tough hand for Jamie.
You have 7s?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, both too, huh?
Pretty gross.
No way. I had both of you guys.
And really good discretion there by Jamie, just check calling the 800 and not
What do you mean?
overplaying her hand and putting in a raise.
Oh.
Look, she fucking had the
Oh, you had it. I looked at the 7s.
Dude, and then she
You had it
got
the whole
better.
time.
Her eyes got bigger. I noticed, like, behind the scenes. I was like,
Good fold for me.
Good fold.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Well done.
and Carly.
Thank you, Jamie.
Oh my God.
And button for Carly.
I know, I had the straights on the flop, but she had the bigger straight.
Yeah, I put it on the straight. So I was like, oh, maybe not really.
Did you show your hand? Did you get your thing?
Oh yeah. Can I get my
Time button.
Yeah.
time button?
There you go.
Beautiful.
Rena's about to pay.
I was gonna say, it seems like Jamie's always in like fun, interesting, cool hands, but I guess when you're like the VPIP, leaderboard king, that often ends up working out that way. Kind of part of being an action player like Jamie is you're in there a lot. But that's what's so impressive about Jamie is despite being in there a lot and seeing tons of flops, she's got pretty good
You might have to back her up if
pretty good finesse and nuance to her game. She's
you brought her.
sees a lot of flops, but she kind of knows as the pot gets bigger, you need to be a little more cautious.
In my head, I was like, no spade, no spade.
You see a hand like that and you wonder, why do I ever play the other shitty hand?
I think some people love themselves. Like, oh, I'm in every hand. I got to call. I got to do this. I got to do that because I'm action. But she's pretty good at separating those and kind of compartmentalizing, kind of being in there a lot pre-flop, but realizing like as pots get bigger and the ranges constrict that
That's out.
need to have really strong hand to continue in a lot of these situations.
But that's why that hand is so powerful.
All right, pot.
Kind of a tough luck for Carly there against, if somebody else would have had pocket threes for a full house, they might have put in a check raise on the river perhaps.
How much is it? 160?
That I didn't swing.
It's like not as much as it should be, but okay.
Yeah.
All right.
60, 80.
Yeah, 160.
Tony raising it up with the ace, king, 7-6 double.
I have a shit hand and I'm coming out.
Bunch of limpers in front of him, and he's just going to try to juice up the pot. I like it.
Just to warn you. This is mine, right? 160?
Thank you.
Oh, I keep forgetting.
Here.
Thank you.
That's 5, right?
Heads up.
Yeah.
Revivo calling with the 10-9-8 deuce single. Definitely prefer not to have that deuce dangler in there. It really kind of clunks up the hand. He's got a lot of players behind. In a perfect world, I think we'd just fold this. Probably not even limp it to begin with, but we're having fun here. 4 ways to the flop. Ace, 5-3, rainbow flop. Tony flopping pretty nice here. He's got top pair. He's got nut gut shot. He's got backdoor nut hearts, backdoor clubs. Kind of thought Tony would fall through here as the pre-flop 3-better. But it is, 4-way pot, I guess. But I don't know if, 4-2 is super likely, although obviously this game's pretty loose, so it's definitely possible.
I'll fold the nuts.
I thought we'd maybe see Tony lead out for like a quarter or third pot here or something, but as it turns out, he's
Call.
getting some money in a different way here. Marina does his bidding for him and just puts it in there at the ace-jack 6 deuce. She's got a gut shot draw to the 4. Backdoor nut clubs as well, and she wasn't super deep, and the pot was pretty inflated, so I don't blame Marina at all for just chipping in her 680 here at all. If Tony bet, it would have happened the same way, whether by Tony bets and she put it in or vice versa. So a bit of an academic hand here between these two. Oof.
Just picked up a flusher on the turn, too.
And bricked it out.
He said what he folded, and it was very pertinent. So I thought if you heard it, then Marina should hear it.
Wow.
Like ace is making her feel worse.
Nice hand.
Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind.
I folded 2 pairs. Wow, I
appreciate
can't
it.
believe that.
Somebody's looking out for me.
Yeah.
You should have just checked.
I get 5 back, Jennifer.
I should have said.
Thank you.
You would have saved money.
That's what I said.
Appreciate it.
No, the turn I'm all in.
Oh, and I get a
made
button.
$3 grand
too.
just checking.
Oh, yeah, button for Tony.
Thank you.
Okay,
Is
2.
that, oh,
The
yeah, so 1 and 8 now.
Give me out.
How do we handle this? Yeah, because it was between her and one. How do we handle this? And I feel like if you quit in the middle of it, you got to pay out.
This is too many cards. Did you
I
have?
don't think we should make one
Okay.
pay. I don't think we should make her pay if she quits.
Okay.
You have 4?
Fair.
Yeah,
she
but
didn't win a hand.
I thought I'm the small blind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So she's.
That would be where the extra one would come from.
It's 150 or 190. 190.
It would be Hayden. I don't know what you want to do.
190.
Obviously not fair to her.
C7, 190.
Is she in the stand-up?
Yeah,
I thought she was.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't lose. You shouldn't have to pay out just because.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, Nancy,
Why, who is it against? Them two?
Yeah.
Well, we'll just pause it until she comes back and plays.
That's a good way to do
Yeah,
it.
just
Okay.
pause it.
We're gonna pause it, okay?
That way, like,
Why let? Oh, why?
Because it's between her and her.
yeah, it's only
Yeah.
fair.
But
Like,
she
let
took
them
off
be
her
together.
microphone, but you're sure she's coming back?
Maybe she took it off the.
To re-raise, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, 3 raised to 600. 6-4.
Ooh.
7-4.
So I can't get my button. Okay.
Yeah, that's sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It's
great.
just
Well,
fair
that's,
because
no, that's a
she
good
wasn't in
point.
the,
No,
she wasn't in the hand.
It like happened
I
in the
actually
middle.
thought she was
if
in
you
the
don't-
hand when I raised.
If,
Yeah.
if you leave
I've
and
dealt with this before.
no, she should be able to get her buttons.
In other
I
games I
agree.
played, and everyone's like, well,
Did you just
now
have a
what?
hand?
she can't
You
get her
just won the
button.
hand?
Yeah,
And then
just
you
won
didn't
the
show
hand.
because you
Yeah,
thought you
because we
couldn't
just said
win the
that.
button?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Not really
No,
fair.
but she can't.
No matter what happens, I'm not accepting $50 from you.
Yeah,
So-
I agree.
Yeah. There.
Yeah.
But you guys are not making
I
sense.
think-
If she,
I agree,
if she
I
lost
agree
all
with
her money, she should be paying out.
What? That's
She's
not-
last man standing.
Yeah, but she didn't win a hand. We're not going to make her pay out if she didn't even win a hand. She quit the game.
Yeah,
Normally, how we handle it when someone goes broke and they quit the game, they get
They
more
have to
chips to
stay.
pay everyone out, and then they leave.
So,
So,
so it is fair because if not, she would have had to pay. So it's kind of like they called it even. Like, wait till she comes back.
right. We'll wait to see if
well,
she
really,
comes
it's
back.
just us getting paid, though, right?
Because if
So
not,
we
it
can
would have been
just
her having
let
to
it
pay out
go,
everyone.
let
At
it
least
go.
stop
Right,
it.
yeah.
So that's fair.
I agree.
I'm fine even just starting
she-
all over. If you guys,
Yeah, I don't want to wait and not play. Just
You don't want to wait and not play the Nick game?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine even just like scratching this, starting all over.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
crazy.
I
7-4.
think we're all cool with that.
So that's 69 raised to 70. 214, 624. 634. 644.
Connie waking up with kings here. King, king, jack 5, high suited. Makes it 70 to go. Jamie with a really nice hand here. Ace, king, 9-4, double high suited.
Comes back and plays, then she pays out.
Well, we'll start over.
Hayden won the
I think we're
hand.
just going to start over.
Yeah,
She
I
didn't
agree.
show.
Typically, the spot at the table you want to be the most tight from would be the small blind. Obviously, Jamie has a nice hand to continue with, but just in general,
She's gonna come back.
you want to be playing really tight out of the small blind and really tight from under the gun when you're playing
Unless you know you're going to
Limit
flop the wheel.
Omaha.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
Unless you know you're going to flop the wheel, then that would change things with some
I don't know.
psychic abilities with the standing. Notwithstanding, but yeah, typically small blind and under the gun, you just got to play really, really snug.
But
it's fine.
I mean,
Position is paramount in Limit Omaha.
was we're freezing it.
Yeah, but,
right, but it literally that discussion
During
happened while
the
the
hand.
action was happening.
And Hayden didn't agree to that.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Hayden won the hand.
Hayden was looking at ace,
Oh, I
king,
don't
jack,
get to- I don't get to button up because you
thinking,
guys
oh, I'm
decided to
finally going to get a
pause
button, you know? Yeah. I think in this exact scenario, the fairest thing to do is that she just loses, and if she comes in, then she pays.
Yes.
I think it's the fairest thing.
I don't know. You're saying that we talked about freezing it when?
Sorry?
We didn't talk about freezing it while the cards are going around?
It was like
There was literally,
mid-hand.
mid-hand that was
Yeah.
discussed.
I think it was a hand that she.
Yeah,
And she didn't agree to fold it, to freeze it.
yeah.
Nice hand there for Jamie, flopping the wheel.
Yeah.
Hayden not get to win, that doesn't mean, that's what happened.
Yeah,
Oh, we didn't know she was going to win.
correct, but the hand was already in progress.
But even if
we're
not,
trying to find the least. We're trying to find the least unfair.
It goes back to what I said. I think the least unfair is that if Marina comes back, she pays.
Right.
That she pays?
Yeah.
But at any rate, we can just agree that
But now we're
the
going
game
back
is over.
Or we can just scratch the game.
We'll scratch the game
I
because...
I would vote for scratch the game because she's going to probably come back with 1,000 and...
Half her stack's going to be gone.
Yeah.
But that's part of, I mean...
That's part of the game?
Yeah, I mean, I lost
part of playing
for
with
$50, I'd rather not make a person feel bad like that.
So what's the deal then? We're going to just start fresh
we
right
can
now?
start over.
We can just start fresh right now?
What are these?
Well, why don't we wait until we see?
Yeah, we should take this back.
Because we don't want her coming back in the middle of us playing around a bit.
Yeah,
Well, that's the other thing is I actually don't
left
really
at
like
the
the
end.
idea of somebody
She left
coming
at
in
the
and
end,
not
so we
playing
throw her
it.
in.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah,
I mean, are we able to ask somebody?
Like when somebody comes in halfway, they ask them, "Oh, do you want to play it or not?"
It wasn't
And they still
clear.
play it.
She said she was going to get cash.
And again, they're
and
usually
then- and then she said,
Okay.
She had to go get cash.
Okay. Then let's.
Oh, you know what I'm good with?
Then let's
Where
wait.
she doesn't have to pay out. Let's go with Jamie's idea. Just show the boobs. What was Jamie's idea?
Oh yeah, it's not a reasonable idea.
I'm a team player, guys. I'll do it every time in a while, yeah.
And I'm not going to say no to that.
Okay, so we're giving back the time cards.
Yeah.
And then we're not on yet, right?
Check.
I don't.
King, queen, 4, rainbow flop.
This game needs a secretary.
Yeah.
7 people to the flop. Games are good here at the Commerce. 7-way Limit Omaha flops here. Who flopped?
Yeah, we need to give the
The
buttons.
biggest here. It's going to be a little tough to decipher all these cards. Looks like Revivo with the top 2 here. He's got the king, queen, 9 deuce, king, queen, 4, rainbow flop.
Yeah, we're starting over. Not this hand, next hand? Unless you want to wait.
Do we want to wait a few
Because I don't
minutes?
want somebody to come back and not
let's
play.
wait. Let's wait for her to come
We're already at the
back.
end with against 2, so.
I'm just saying if we start over, I don't want to have like somebody come back and
Then
not
she'll
play
just
it.
join the next one.
Stand up, game politics.
What if it takes an hour?
Well, okay,
Do we want to
then-
give it? Do we want to give it 10 minutes? And then if she doesn't come back in the next 10 minutes, we'll start the game.
That seems fair.
Yeah.
The least unfair.
The least unfair.
Always gets a little complicated when prop games get issued and people leave and take a break or get stacked and come back and coming back mid-prop. It gets a little tricky to adjudicate per se, but I'm thinking they'll come to an amicable conclusion here, it looks like. We shall see if Marina continues here. I think they're curious if she's going to reload and rebuy here or if that's going to be it for her. Hopefully she rebuys. It's always nice to see Marina in the game. She's had some tough luck here so far in this stream. I've definitely seen her run it up pretty big before in streams I've commentated with her on. So she might be down, but she's never out as Marina. We shall see if we get to see her on the comeback trail here the rest of the stream. But if not, there is plenty of action and a great cast of characters in this lineup here, as always, thanks to Jamie. Jamie's game always brings in a lot of fun characters and a lot of big gambling and PLO and all that. So it's awesome to have Jamie's game here. And I always love commentating it because I love Pot Limit Omaha. As we all know, it's a great game, and I'm looking forward to more and more people learning this great game. I went into this game kicking and screaming. I was a no limit hold'em player. I was like, I want to learn a new game. And it's funny now because now I feel like I'm a way better PLO player, a better PLO player than I was a no limit player. Sometimes you might not realize there's a game out there that maybe you're going to be the best at, that you got to try games and kind of find that out yourself. So maybe you have an experience like that, Wayne. Is there a game that you hated initially and you're like, shoot, now Raz is my best game? Or is there something where you kind of went into it a little skeptically and now you're like, well, I took to that pretty well? Is there any kind of games that you kind of went into it a little skeptically and now it's like your favorite, or
I don't know.
anything like that?
I like all the games. Like
Yeah.
I don't like the no limit live.
Sure.
Because of the issues we talked about. It just gets really personal. And
Yeah.
especially if I'm here every day, literally every day, I'm going to be around. Then I'd rather play the game sparingly.
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
But 7-card stud was one because I take, those guys don't study modern theory. So when I take all the stuff I learned from all the other games and bring it back to 7-card stud, it's like, it's almost not fair.
And that's another common thing a lot of mixed game players will say, just playing all those mixed games, it'll definitely, it'll kind of sharpen your tools in some of these other games, which might seem kind of counterintuitive, but just the more games you play, it can strengthen unrelated games that you play. It just kind of there's some kind of connective tissue, I guess, so to speak, that kind of all adds up in a synergistic way.
Something after you play PLO and you go back to Hold'em, both forms, no limit and limit, when the flop's ace XX with a flush draw and the ace is not that suit, you have this hammer lock.
Are we taking a 5 minute break to go pee or no?
And strategically, it can change in the Hold'em games.
Can we do
That is something that's like, oh, bet, you never really cared before.
Yeah. Oh.
Didn't I?
I don't think so.
like in Dirty Rotten Scoundrel.
But that's what you find out in PLO when you have the inferior flush draws and there's an ace on the board and it's not that suit and they have ace X suited. You're just hammer locked.
You're a dead duck. Tony taking a shot here with the ace-jack 7-7.
Scoundrels.
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin and Michael Caine.
Yeah, it's
They play rival
the best comedy.
Super risky gambit here by Tony, but again, it's a lot easier to get away with stuff in a heads-up pot versus 3 or 4 ways, so he had that working for him. Typically, I'd prefer to have a king or a 10 or some kind of useful blocker in your hand. He did not have that, but again, a heads-up pot, and he just brute force took it down there for Tony.
I never saw that.
Great comedy. Yeah, it was turned into
No,
My family loves Steve Martin.
You can't have that.
Why can't I have
Canada,
Why can't I get Delta hands?
He can't get close.
Years ago?
Oh, really?
He doesn't
a
have
bunch
any
of
fucking
Tonys,
ace
yeah.
10.
Interesting.
It's him. You think he's got it?
I think the guy who Norbert Leo Butts. He had a great name. He won the
Herbert.
Look,
Leo.
we all got 4 cards and then we saw that's all that happened. Why can't I have a hand?
Now he's like an old standard. He was like a young guy at the time, and now he's played like he's in his 50s or 60s.
Well, that's
My
really
best friend back home, his
possible.
name
That's
is
very
Norbert.
possible.
And he kept on going by nicknames like Norby, Norbs, and his
Cheater.
father used to say
Give me
like,
something to drink.
you have such
Yeah,
a
we're
proud
all
name.
like-
Why are you coming up with all these silly
We're like
nicknames?
wanting something right now.
I'm having a passion. Anybody want something?
I want
Don't mess with perfection.
something sweet. They don't have really good desserts.
I do think that if she comes back, we should just establish to the table that if we do play it, if you do get stacked, you still have to pay it.
Make it
And
more,
also that you don't
Thank
come
you.
back halfway through us having buttons and then
Right.
not play the button game.
Right.
That's the one that bothers
Right,
me.
yeah. I know. It gets
Oh, I
messy.
see.
Pot. Only because
Yeah, there's a
used
few
to be
different
real
things that went
advantage.
down.
Yeah, but I don't care if we just say, just let her not play it.
Right.
Let her
Yeah.
not pay it and then, but she's back actually, so now I don't know
One
what
with
to say.
so many winners.
He's not here.
Julie with a 10-9-7-6, single low suited. She's going to open here
Me and the best.
from the hijack. I definitely like this kind of hand. It's got some good coverage and playability to it. You'd rather be higher suited than low suited, but again, she's opening from the hijack as well, and there's some great connectivity to it, so I really like that she's opening this hand here.
Okay.
Way prefer that over coming in for a limp, obviously, and too good to fold, so she's doing the right thing here at this pre-flop open and
Premium.
instantly rewarded here with this 10-7-4 two-heart flop.
That's how good this hand is.
Jamie flopping a little wrapped around that
240.
7-4, her 8-6-5-4. Straight draw's a bit nullified in the sense that it's a flush draw flop. On a rainbow flop, her hand would be a lot more strong. Seth with an open ender and bad side cards. But he is on the button closing the action, so he's hoping to catch a clean jack or 6 here. 3 of diamonds on the turn, bringing a double flush draw board now. Jamie pulls ahead there with that 3.
No, isn't it 4 times 240?
Yeah, I think it's more than this.
960. Or
Good discretion here by Julia to check.
960.
I appreciate it.
I might even have been tempted to lead again here as Julia, just because she also has a 6 in her hand, so she does kind of block 6-5 being there a little bit, but ends up working out great for her about that, finding a check there. And Jamie takes it down. Julia's flop monster down in flames there on that 3 of diamonds.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah.
Fills in the straight of Jamie with that 8-6-5-4.
Sort of a sticky situation just because after you left, she was the only one left. So we weren't quite sure how to, handle it because we didn't want to make her pay out, but also it felt a little wrong to have you come back to the table and pay out $400
Not yet, and because
$1,000.
she's not here.
We'll wait for her to come back.
They're
So
waiting the full table.
we ended up just scratching the game, but I think we're all on board with if we are going to play it again, then we're all going to agree that if someone gets stacked, but they're in the stand-up game, that they have to go in their pocket and fish it out because it's not fair if we play the whole game and then, if they essentially lose the game and then, you know what I'm saying? Well, because if not, you're essentially free rolling to not have to lose it if you go all in.
Because you're stuck, you don't have to pay. So, yes.
Yeah, but you didn't win a hand either. And it ends up nixing.
I think one of the cards got mixed up.
It ends up making the whole game obsolete.
I had a card here, and yeah, it's in this.
If you would have gone home.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Then you
No,
want
not
to take
this
money out of the
time, but
pocket
if somebody gets
for
stacked next
losing.
time, they do
She didn't
that.
win either.
No.
Well, it's sort of like you have
If
a
they-
choice at that
yeah.
point. Either you pay out of
Unless they
pocket
just rebuy and.
or you buy back in and you're still in it. Because if not, then you're free rolling to not.
You're not free rolling when you lose all your money, but.
Well, it sucks to lose all your money, but you're free rolling to not.
You are free rolling.
Okay,
You are
so
free rolling.
No.
It sucks to lose your money.
we're
but
all
you are
here.
free
Oh, no,
rolling.
Jamie's gone now, so.
I just think if we can't agree to that, then I'd rather not play it. I'd rather not play it.
Yeah, I agree.
Agree to what?
So where if you
Just
lose
that
all your
if
money,
somebody-
before you go home, you got to pay everyone out.
Well, if you're the last,
No.
I don't know. I mean, usually it is done like that, actually.
Yeah, but even if you're not the last, you're making it sound like you got to pay out everybody before you go home.
If you're among
is
the
how-
last, like the last
In the
two,
past,
yeah.
when I played the game, if someone's in the middle of the stand-up game and they get stacked,
Someone busts has to pay,
well, you're kind of getting to play the game for free then if you.
but you lost all your money.
But
Yeah, I know, which sucks.
I've lost all my money several times
Yeah,
tonight.
and I've paid out.
And I've paid out.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've done it in the past.
But it's
I lost.
why don't we
I
just
was leaving.
think of like a different game?
Let's just not play it.
All right,
We could play Bounty.
Let's not play it.
But like 3 of a kind in your hand or something?
Let's just play it. Go play it.
I don't want to play it if
Always important to kind of flesh out these kind of particulars with these kind of proposition bets. It's so easy to overlook those kind of things, though.
And then
This kind of stuff happens fairly often in poker when you're playing at a table and there's stand-up game or this or that. It's super important to flesh all these details out beforehand, but obviously easy to overlook and forget to do that, too.
Play the game because you lost.
Me?
No, I'm not saying you need.
Yeah,
He won.
she won the
Yeah,
hand.
she won the next
The
one.
hand after you left, she won the hand.
She won the next
Yeah.
hand.
Yeah.
But then I wasn't here.
I know. So there's no way.
That's what we're saying is like if that happens again, then
What if that
that
happens
person's on a
again?
free roll.
Yeah. I mean, there's going to be an inherent unfairness of it one way or the other, so we're trying to find the least
That's always been the
unfair.
problem with the stand-up.
I think at least unfair was
I
to
think someone should
pause
just
the
print
game.
out
Like we
the
said,
rules, hand it around.
before she won,
Well,
we said
it's
we're
just-
going to pause the game
Right.
and then let it continue to see who won, which is what we should be doing now.
Maybe y'all can run a poll. Be curious what the people think on this one.
Not fair, but no, it was a pause.
I think that
It was not a pause.
I think the standard is if you're in the stand-up game and you come back and play, you owe, I believe, is like the,
when other people who are
I
like
believe that's the default base case.
like part of the
Depends who you are.
But of course, some people like Marina or whatever have the logic of, hey, I'm not getting in for free. I got stacked. I lost or whatever. But obviously, some people would say, hey, that doesn't change the. But I would be kind of curious what the generic public would come down on that one.
The bounty game, where if you win 2 hands in a row, everybody pays you $25. Or
C6 100.
we were playing with 10, so like $30.
C8 call.
Fine.
Didn't you guys do it where you like if you went with trips in your hand or something?
Yeah, but that's kind of not a very frequent thing. Like, have you had
it's
trips
really
tonight? I haven't.
I think I have one.
Thinking about it once, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, good point. Good point.
You go like trips or quad suit maybe. But yeah, not likely to get trips. But if you're adding in trips or 4 of a suit or something, I think that's maybe a decent prop winning with 4 of a suit or trips.
King 9? Yeah, or King 10.
If I lose this, I'm not paying you.
Sorry?
This is the last one I buy-in, so if I lose this, I'm not paying.
Oh, so are we doing this game?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, chop chop.
Up top.
I tried. Trying to be diplomatic. And,
Yeah.
I know, I can't tell sometimes too. I'm like,
We're both chicken.
I mean, I've gone stacked several times.
I feel like this
paid
thing is
out.
almost over.
I know.
Yeah.
I have no idea what time it is.
I feel like Jamie told me like 45 minutes ago that there was only an hour left.
And
So,
hot spice jalapenos?
does anyone have the time? Does anyone
I do.
have a non-phone?
5:17.
5:17?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Our plate is...
I guess we're in the last. No more than another hour.
So when there's no break, we're playing the full straight 5 hours?
Usually.
There's usually no break, I think.
Oh, there's usually no break?
No, they
That's
don't. They
not
don't
been
take
my
a break.
experience.
People just go and do what they want.
So we're stopping at 7, is that what it is?
I think. I don't know about that. I think it's only a 5-hour stream, right? So it might be before.
I'm so not in charge here, guys. I have no answers for you.
Oh, Tony, no, you're in charge. You're in charge, buddy.
Tell us what to do.
Yeah.
Tony's like, I thought we were playing till 10.
I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Yeah, I just call him Danza because I'm, why not say Tony Danza? It's fun.
That's what she said, yeah.
That's 6.
Or what's another? I guess I could have said Tony Hawk. Maybe that could have worked. Sure. Tony Hawk, Tony Danza. I thought Danza would be funnier than Hawk, though. So, and I guess he's Italian. I didn't know what his last name was. That's
it's Denovi.
Okay.
Denovi. I just don't know how to pronounce
so
it.
that's hilarious that I said Tony Danza.
That's why when people mispronounce Asian last names, I'm like, yeah, don't worry, I can't pronounce yours either.
I just know his name is Tony. I had no idea what his last name was. But yeah, I was being a goofball with the Danza thing.
Oh, you bet you
you play.
Marina waking up with a nice hand here. King 8-7. Obviously, when you're short stacked, obviously, getting it in a hand like this is a way better idea than 4-betting this hand 400 big blinds deep.
I know. I'm still trying to figure out how to do it, man.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way that you can balance it.
Unfortunately for her case, she's up against Reviva waking up with the pocket aces, but having like a 50 big blind or less stack, King 8-7 high suited, pretty fair hand to pump the pot in with. Unfortunately, somebody woke up with the aces.
Oh, it shouldn't count.
670. This is 3 is a 6, right? 50? No, they don't count.
Those are tens. That's 100 there, not.
Yeah, but
Pursuits are live and no card sharing with the aces, and the aces are rainbow aces, so she's got more equity than other matchups versus aces that she could be up against.
You're doing God's work, Victor.
We're giving us more champagne, whoever wants more.
Pretty just academic 4-bet here for Revivo. It's Marina's 3-bet, and no reason to just play it as a call here. Just keep pumping it up here. You got the aces.
Wine tasting one time in Earth.
No reason to get cute and flat.
And there's a place there, Wilson Creek, where their specialty is different flavored champagnes. They have like an almond orange champagne, which is really good. They have a whole bunch of different kinds.
Now she definitely should be feared that she's up against aces, which is what you don't want to be up against when you hold the kings here.
Her girl's getting ready in the.
can I show her without? I'm not out if I show her, right?
And of like all different flavors. Actually, maybe even 2 cases.
No, you don't get to see that.
And one of them I got specially made with a specialty.
And he's making it a little easier to fold the kings now that the aces are face up.
And I said, our dog's name was Mike.
It'd be pretty cool. She said, nah, I'm all in. and hits a king or whatever. That'd been sick. Oh, man, one time. Oh, yeah, the ace is cool. Pot. I'll take the pot here.
I'm too stuck.
Just kidding. Oh, that'd been epic.
Wait, no.
What are the females?
We bought our house in 27.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, my bad.
So I guess.
Am I small?
I wasn't trying to steal it again.
She's an awesome dog. We just lost her in September.
What's Connie?
Okay.
She's right there. Yeah. Oh, she's back. Okay.
Hi.
So C2 straddle.
Oh,
I forgot what this lady's name is, but she's one of my favorite dealers at the Commerce. She's dealt me for a good bit.
No. We're good.
Super nice lady. I always talk to her whenever I come in to commentate here. She's a great dealer, been around, very experienced.
Can we confirm that we're finishing at 6? I need to figure something out.
Let me ask her to ask them. Can you ask them what time we're going to finish today? 6? Is it 6?
7.
I don't think it's 7. It's usually 1 to 6.
We started at 1, didn't we?
We started late, like
1:30.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 1, but we started late.
6, okay.
6:30.
190 pot.
This is a straddle?
I'm going to walk now. I have to get home.
Oh, yeah.
Seth Ponnigan here with the Queen, Queen, Jack 8. Pretty nice hand. Being rainbows definitely diminishes it a good bit. I wouldn't be raising this under the gun in a full lineup, but definitely from, middle late position, an open hand like this. But definitely do not like being rainbow, that's for sure.
What did you say, you're pot committed with your $40?
Yeah, she's always pot committed. She has $1 in there, she's pot committed. 50 cents pot committed.
I love
aces, she was pot committed.
At least I'm consistent.
I love to meet that little hamster in your head rolling around, making decisions for you. I don't know.
Makes it 190 to go, gets 3 callers here, 4 ways to the flop, 820 in the middle. 9-6-3 couple clubs. Nobody striking the flop too meaningfully here, although Connie does have double gut shot. She can make an 8 or a 4 for a straight, but obviously she's going to play a little slow on this flush draw flop, unless she does have the king of clubs in her hand, which is a bit useful.
You don't have to show booby. That's the reason.
Seth betting 400 into 820 here. You open this pre-flop.
What happened?
Does have a queen of clubs in his hand, which does block the continuing range of his opponents. As does the 8. Obviously, flush draws and 7-8 are 2 primary draws in this flop. So blocking an open ender with the 8 and blocking one of the higher flush draws definitely makes it more likely to get this bet through. Things you want to be considering when deciding to bet or check. Definitely need to look at the components of your hand and how that interacts with the board and the continuing range of your opponents. Definitely something you always want to be thinking about.
Cocktail. Thanks, so. Cheers.
I think I'm okay.
Cheers.
I'll do one. Just a little one. Yeah.
Seth takes down a nice little pot there. Put in a beefy pre-flop raise and got 3 callers and got a bet through. Well done there by Seth.
You're going to tip me for some bottle service.
And 15% for me, please.
Right.
Serving. 15 to 20.
I got like 30 minutes to take for Vivo's chips. Let's go. I'm trying.
I have a feeling Jamie's got like an MTV Cribs level closet. I'm just picturing like 20, 50, 100 amazing, cool, like hip jackets and stuff. I can just see it, man. Every time I've seen her, she's always got this amazing styling, on trend, like jacket and shirts and all that. Jack 4 deuce, couple spades.
Check.
Connie is flopping huge here. She's got the nut flush draw. She's got big straight draw wrapped around that 4 deuce with the ace 5-3. Huge flop here for Connie. Tony with top 2 pair here. Gut shot as well. Jack 6-4-3. Checks to Connie on the button. Tony playing this as a check call, which is going to be glad he did so, knowing what we see Connie has here. What a hand, what a turn for Connie. Turns the nuts with that offsuit 6. Of course, she's still got that nut spades intact as well to go with her nut straight now.
Yep.
Jamie,
Tony improved to top 2 pair now, but still in a bad way with Connie having the nut straight and obviously having nut spades to go with it. But and obviously Revivo's got Jackson 4s too, so they're cannibalizing each other's outs to fill up our Revivo and Tony. Connie in an amazing spot here, 3-way.
I mean, last month.
Here you are.
Yeah, definitely.
Equities are not close together on this hand here. 92% equity, 3 ways here with the card left. Overwhelming spot here for Connie.
3 to 4 buyers. This is my very final number.
Gets a $300 bet called twice here as we head to this river. Offsuit 8 on the end.
I think that.
5-7 does get there, which would have turned open-ended on the turn, but not in anybody's hands. Obviously, Connie should still feel really good about her hand, especially when check 2. Tony checks now on Revivo. He has Jackson 4s. He doesn't have any 7 or a 5 in his hand for a nut blocker either. Hopefully he finds a check here, but he's in the time bank.
10K right now. Playing like shit all day.
I mean, he flopped Jackson 4s for top 2, and the flop his hands only got worse as 6 and an 8's rattled off, but he's, I guess, betting for not knowing what to do if he checks and somebody bets, I guess, as you see people fall into that kind of play at times. So he's just leading here for 500 into 1,400 roughly with Jackson 4s, which is a bit unorthodox of a play here. He's going to get instantly punished by Connie, who's making it 1,600.
Now it's getting personal.
He bet.
I think she said I was cool.
Goes, I was cool with
the
check. And then he goes, that's what I get for being a nice guy. Get it.
This is the problem with the commerce, is like, how could you go to the movies after this? You know? It's just like $14 and seeing the next Marvel movie ain't gonna cut it.
There's definitely been some crazy ones tonight.
1,100 for Revivo to call.
Last time, but the other one, I lent it to
Kind of touched the stove here a little bit with the river bet.
She said, one time. Once against the person that
Flop top 2 pair, turn brings a straight, river brings more straights, and kind of got his wires crossed a little bit and let out here.
We went through the money, then like 5 minutes later, she cracks me with this shitty. She called me with some shitty hand and then ran it once and hold them and cracked my kings. I was like, I think that puts you more on tilt, huh?
Anytime you raise with the non-nuts in Omaha, you're definitely happy to see your opponent tank.
Yeah.
I don't blame her for raising a non-nut straight here, maybe given his bet size, but you're definitely somebody's gonna be leading into you with the 5-7 here. But I think maybe with his sizing and stuff, she didn't really think that was what he had, so she went for a value raise here with the second nuts, which is a little dangerous in Omaha, raising a non-nut straight on the river when somebody leads into you. But
what happens if he's like pot right here?
I mean, that'd be amazing if it would happen. That'd be funny for the entertainment value, but yeah, I mean, you'd have to think your hand's dead. Obviously, we can see she's got the best hand. I can't imagine he would do that. I didn't think he'd lead this river either, so who knows?
I don't even feel 50 at all. I'll take you. What are you saying?
I fold, you show me?
Thinking he maybe bet, because if he checked and she like bombed away, he wouldn't know what to do. So he's like, I guess I'll bet.
Blocker bet.
Quote unquote, see where I'm at, blockerbet.com theory. But, you know.
That's pretty rude. I gave her the money to start with.
You don't hear this kind of laughing in No Limit Hold'em.
Right? You do not. You do not.
For a buy-in, yeah.
When you're playing a No Limit Hold'em game, you might as well be in a movie theater. I mean, it's not not a lot of talking.
Silence is golden.
For real.
It's great that he is just like, show if I fold, because something that we didn't cover is all the No Limit Hold'em tells are more pronounced than PLO.
He calls. Hero calls. Wow. He thought she was up to something there.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
He thought she was up to something there. If you're going to make a hero call with like a jack 4 there, you know, prefer to at least have a 5 or a 7, you know, something that kind of reduces a straight.
Yes, you're a baller.
But he just, he went for it. You know, I guess maybe he thought Connie was making a play with pocket 5s or pocket 7s, which, you know, probably not super likely, but that is a hand people will bluff, I suppose. But
hey guys, we're going over the Bally Live app and scan and download, or go to ballylive.com to watch the extended coverage. And it's super crisp, super clean, much better than the YouTube stream. Here are the V-Pips. It's a comedic gambling here, long-time veteran, 20-year veteran.
Washed reg. Let's go, baby.
I'm way more washed than you, so don't even go there.
If I start a poker podcast, I've been thinking about titles. Like, I think I'm going to start washed regs.
Were you going to do it with Cosmo, or are you going to do it?
I'm not sure. Cosmo, I might just do it myself and just have, you know, go through the Rolodex of people I know. Who knows? We'll see. I can barely